Everyone, I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the full Board of Regents at the University of Alaska. It's Tuesday, July 30th, 2019, about 5 minutes after 9. It is on. I'm sorry. Is that better? Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. So this is a special meeting of the Board of Regents. Micah seems to be cutting in and out. Okay. Again, about 5 minutes after 9, we're in the Gorsuch Commons at the University of Alaska Anchorage. I'd like to have Randy give a roll call for the board, please.
Regent Anderson? Regent Banya? Regent Beretta? Here. Regent Davies?
Here.
Regent Hargraves?
Here.
Regent Hughes?
Here.
Regent O'Neill?
Here.
Regent Parker?
Here.
Regent Perdue?
Here.
Regent Garrett?
Here.
Regent Tuber? And who just joined us online?
Dale Anderson.
You have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. And next I'd like safety minute with Megan Blado.
Welcome again to the Gorsuch Commons building. In the event of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, please exit out the doors to my right, walk along the back of the building, and cross the bridge to the visitor parking lot and wait there for further instructions. If there's an emergency where we need to stay here, please stay here and wait for further instructions. And please remember to be mindful as you're walking outside of your areas around you, and stay off your cell phones while you're crossing streets and parking lots and things like that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Before we move to the adoption of the agenda, I would like to recognize that we have Senator Stevens and Senator Tom Begich in the audience here. And if you gentlemen would like to come forward and give us a quick address, I would appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. And as I look around the Board of Regents, I realize I have many long-term friends, long-time friends. I thank you for your service. And John and you and I served in the House of Representatives for a few years. So it's now it's dark. So it shows that the president hasn't paid the electric bill, apparently. So there we are.
That shows you how dire our
Yes. So, I'll just take a minute and say I appreciate the challenges you are facing. I know you will do your best. You asked me what my advice is. The advice is simply follow the Constitution, but you know that. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your support. Senator Begich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, Board and the Board of Regents. As Senator Stevens just said, you have a constitutional obligation. It's very unique. The University of Alaska has its own section 2 of Article 7, but the Board of Regents has its own section as well. It is not the role of government to intervene in the active decisions that are made at the university level. That is the role of the Board of Regents and the President and President advisors. So I hope that you will keep that constitutional mandate in mind as you go through your deliberations today. And remember, you are profoundly important to the future of the state of Alaska. The choices you make matter to all of us. We in the legislature are supporting those choices with our votes yesterday. We will continue to do so. Please craft the university that I'm proud to be an alum of. Please craft the university we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Okay, with that, I would like to announce one small change in the agenda. I'm at the out, as soon as we begin, after we adopt the agenda and we begin our budget discussion, I would like to invite Alex Jorgensen and Maria Williams as representative of the students and the faculty alliances to make a short 5-minute presentation, and then we'll proceed with the agenda as described in our written materials. So with that, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved and seconded. Brandy, could you call the roll, please?
Regent Banya? Yes. Regent Tuber, Regent Hughes,
Yes.
Regent Garrett, Regent O'Neill, Regent Hargraves, Regent Beretta,
Yes.
Regent Purdue,
Yes.
Regent Anderson, Regent Anderson, Regent Parker, Regent Davies,
Yes.
10 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, thank you. So, do I see Alex coming up? Perfect. Good timing. So, Alex, if you would take 5 minutes or less to give us a statement representing the students.
Hello. So I don't thank you all for letting me speak here today. It's a great honor, and I'm not speaking on behalf of it as an individual, but it's simply as the kind of leadership for all student governance across the university system. So I think I can speak for all of us as student leaders that we don't envy the decision making that lies before you all. We're on a very tough road, and there's no easy solution. There's no really pain-free path forward. And I think that we as students really understand that. That the university that I started here 4 years ago is going to look very different than the university a year and a half from now. And I don't know the right answer. I don't know the best path forward. That's not my job. But what I do know is that including students in the decision-making process will lead to the best outcome possible. We represent 26,000 students across the university system, and that's a lot of collective knowledge of the student experience, right? And at the end of the day, every decision you guys make as the Board of Regents is centered around the student experience, right? It's how do we improve the student experience? How do we improve student outcomes? And as students, we happen to have quite a bit of knowledge in what it's like to be a student at this university. So what we ask you here today is to include us in this decision-making process, because right now we've received a lot of negative messaging from the state. We've been told that our future is simply not important, or that our education is simply a tool of political bargaining. So I think really the last thing that university students need right now is to feel jaded coming out of this system, because right now we're going through the process of restructuring the university that we all love. I've been here for 4 years, and there's many students that have been here for longer. We want to feel heard. I think we as students deserve that. So again, we don't know the best path forward. That's not our job here, but we just ask that whenever you're making a decision about the future of this university, that you think to yourself, what is the student perspective? How can I include students in this process? How can I get the student perspective I need to feel informed? Because we have student leaders across this campus that are willing to get involved. We're here. But we can't get involved. We can't help if we're not at the table. So I would just ask that you please include students in this process, because that's really what's going to lead to the best path forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I just want to note that, as representing in your position, we have invited you to be at the table here. And so to the regents, as we go through our conversation today, if you have questions that you want to address to Alex, please, it's in order to do that. In fact, it's kind of expected. So thank you very much. And the same thing applies to our representative from the Faculty Alliance, Maria Williams. And if you could give your comments, we'd appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Alex, for your profound words, because we are here as a university, and our primary goal is to educate students. So first of all, thank you, Chair Davies, and thank you, Board of Regents, for allowing me to read a brief statement. These are extraordinary times. I want to thank each and every one of you for your advocacy in the area of higher education and the additional hundreds of hours you are each spending on UA communiques, reports, and countless emails. I wish to thank Chancellor Sandeen, Chancellor Caulfield, and Chancellor White and their respective faculty senate presidents, senior faculty, senior administrators, and staff on coming together in a true shared governance fashion to discuss, share, and analyze the future of the UA system and our 3 separately accredited universities. Alaska is my home state, Anchorage is my hometown where I was born and raised. The university system is vital to the future of the state. All the faculty, staff, and students are dedicated to guiding us to a better and more sustainable future, and it is a testament to the strength of the relationship between the 3 chancellors, the 3 faculty senate presidents, as they have been working together to discuss the models and options that President Johnson has proposed. I urge you to listen to the Chancellor's reports, as they have truly been engaged with the faculty, staff, on developing a consortium model that would maintain the separate accreditations and still improve efficiencies in operations and budgeting. The chancellors are a direct link between their campuses and community stakeholders and are uniquely positioned to collaboratively address their budgets with a balanced reduction in instruction and administration. They are already using their intimate knowledge of the universities to make cuts and are working collaboratively to find program consolidations that are market-driven and result in cost savings while minimizing impact on student enrollment. As the Chair of Faculty Alliance, my greatest focus is on maintaining the accreditation that each of our universities has worked so hard for. UAA and UAS have recently been reaffirmed in their accreditation with the NWCCU. This is an effort that takes up to 2 years and involves a lot of heavy lifting on behalf of the faculty and the 3 provosts. It is laudable that UAA and UAS have received excellent commentary and commendations, which reflects the unique personalities and strengths of these 2 universities. UAF is preparing for a fall site visit from the NWCCU, and I expect UAF to receive accolades for their work in curriculum, research, and student success as well. Having 3 separately accredited universities is a reflection of the diversity of our state and is a sign of strength. The 3 universities are now examining ways in which they can act as a consortium, maintaining their separate accreditations but aligning and sharing aspects of the university that will make it even more efficient and also result in student success. Student success will always be the #1 lens in which faculty examine proposed changes and is certainly on my radar as the UA system moves towards establishing a new model or restructure. Faculty are the guardians of the curriculum, and we deeply appreciate that Chancellor Sandine, Chancellor Caulfield, and Chancellor White have engaged our voices. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Before I pass the gavel to, the floor to President Johnson, I want to make 2 quick announcements. One is that if you haven't heard, the task force on restructuring, the board task force that I appointed, had 1 meeting on July 12th, and I have since that time asked them to be on hold, so there will be no future meetings unless we schedule another meeting for the task force. They are preparing an interim report, and that should be out to the board here in a few days. It's in final draft form right now, so we should have that soon. And the second announcement I want to make is that as we move forward with whatever we move forward with, I think it's going to be advisable to have a special committee of the board on restructuring. And so I've asked 3 members of our board to serve on this special committee, and I've asked Regent Hughes to chair this subcommittee, and I've asked Regents Perdue and Banya to serve on the committee. This will serve as a sounding board, kind of an interim way for the president to get interaction with board members, some board members. And when and if the chair decides to call a meeting of the subcommittee, it'll be a public meeting, it'll be announced, and of course, all members of the board are welcome to participate in those meetings. So I just want you to know that I have appointed that subcommittee, and it will be moving forward along with whatever restructuring plan we adopt. So with that, President Johnson. Oh, go ahead.
With due respect to President Johnson, I wondered, since there has been quite a bit of question around the issue of the Regents' authority, and as we move into these discussions, that's a key issue for us. I wonder if we could ask our General Counsel to give us just a few words on of guidance on that issue.
Yes, please. General Counsel Hustina.
Thank you, Regent Perdue and Chair Davies. So in brief, the Constitution explicitly requires that the Board of Regents manage the university. The Constitution also establishes the university as a separate constitutional corporation. Minutes from the Constitutional Convention show that UA was intentionally excluded from the executive branch of government by the framers of the Constitution to insulate it from politics. The governor may veto university appropriations in accordance with the Constitution. However, it exceeds the governor's authority and politicizes UA's budget to pressure Regents to allocate an appropriation in his preferred manner. Both by constitutional mandate and by law, the board determines expenditures subject to appropriation and the policies, programs, and functions of the university. Finally, while the governor's proposal eliminates funding for research, many research functions are actually authorized or mandated by law. I'll give you a couple examples: the Earthquake and Volcanic Assessment Project and a state seismologist, Institute of Marine Science, Unmanned Aircraft Training Program, the State Climate Center and a state climatologist, the Institute for Circumpolar Health Studies, the Center for Information Technology, Cooperative Extension, the Mineral Industry Research Program, the Alaska Native Language Center, and the Fisheries Industrial Technology Center, now known as the Kodiak Seafood and Marine Science Center. So those are some of those programs that are mandated that would be subject to defunding. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions from council? No, thank you very much. Appreciate that. President Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair Davies. As I look out across the room today and across the state via video to other locations, here I see leadership, legislative leadership, media leadership, community leadership, and university leadership, distinguished faculty, dedicated staff, and superb students who are committed to their educational pursuits. You know, leadership is not really needed when we have lots of resources, when we are secure, when we have a clear and well-established way to resolve conflict. During those stable times, our policies and our regulations and our processes and our rules, our delegations of authority, our cultural mores, all take care of those resource, security, and conflict resolution issues. But when things are disrupted, when resources are taken, when autonomy is threatened, and when internal conflicts go unresolved, that's when leadership is most needed. And that's where we are in our university today. Our resources are being cut way back, 5 out of the last 6 years, 49% of our state funds. Our autonomy is being threatened by prescriptive budget directions, and conflict within the university, indeed across our entire state, is at a fever pitch. In times like these, we seek authoritative leaders who have simple solutions to those complex challenges. After all, they are our leaders. We authorize them to lead, and that's what they need to do. But facing the challenges we face, including a truly existential state funding cut, requires leadership that is willing to admit that it does not have all the answers. Leadership that is willing to question how we're organized in order to preserve what's best and most precious about the University of Alaska, while we leave behind what we must in the face of challenges to our budget, painful though that is to all those programs and faculty and staff and students left behind. And that's so that we can innovate and thrive in this new climate of constrained resources. This board has a great record of leadership, of innovating in pursuit of our interests to serve the higher education needs of Alaska. The Strategic Pathways process helped us become a leaner university as we sought to strengthen our service to Alaskans with less money. And even more important, like all planning processes, we learned a lot about the university in all 22 areas we focused on. And we learned that together with 230 faculty and staff and students and community leaders through over 150 worksite meetings. Our strategic goals set for 2025 helped us prioritize our investments and gave us focus on what's most important for our state: economic development and workforce development, research, educational attainment, and, importantly, cost effectiveness. These goals are less about the university and more about what our state needs. Another example is our vision for 2040, which lays out a research-based, ambitious, and truly innovative vision for what UA can be for Alaskans, if not the nation and the world, if we just ask and answer A few very simple questions. What if? And why not? And that vision puts our people and our students, our faculty, our staff, alumni, employers, business partners, the state as a whole at the core of what we do. There are no multiple competing silos or bureaucracies in that vision. Instead, it's an open network of courses and programs and initiatives that invite Alaskans to build their future, their Alaska, with us at the university. Our focus is on the student experience. That focus is represented by investments. Even though our budgets have been cut, we have reallocated and made investments in student advising, in scholarships, in online programs, and new systems that expand access to Alaskans no matter where they are. And that reflects your leadership, your interest in growing and thriving university, because we know that's what's required for a growing and thriving state. While we've made progress on that front and on many others, there's much more to do. But in this fiscal climate, how will we adapt so that we have the resources and the autonomy and the means to resolve conflict, those necessary tasks of leadership? We need to rethink how we organize ourselves, and it is that issue that we come together today to discuss, and I hope decide. Make no mistake, the University of Alaska faces an unprecedented fiscal crisis, unprecedented in its magnitude and in its speed. While heroic efforts on the university's behalf have been made by our supporters, students, Alex, you and the students have done a terrific job, Maria, faculty, all across the system. And that support comes from a clear majority of our legislature. And I want to thank you, senators, for being here today and for your strong words and actions in support of higher education in Alaska. And we thank you. What we also know today are a few points. That our current budget is 41% down from last year, with predictable negative effects on our students. Our legislature has passed another budget, adding back much needed resources, and that budget hopefully will not be vetoed again by the governor. The governor recently made a proposal to reduce our budget by $85 million this year and $35 million next year through a prescriptive set of targeted cuts to core elements of our mission. We know that delay in implementing reductions only compounds the effect of the needed reductions. The board has approved, recognizing that reality, a declaration of financial exigency, giving us the tools to make reductions sooner. We need guidance from the board now as to the strategic direction you want us to follow for making those reductions. There are two basic options for the board's consideration. Reducing in our current organizational structure of 3 separately accredited universities and a statewide office handling governance and administrative services for the universities, where campus identity and autonomy are preserved. Or simplifying the structure, both in administration and in academics, into a single accredited institution with multiple locations and common student access across the state. The board's assessment of the nature and the depth of this crisis determines the appropriate response. To use an analogy, this board needs to decide whether its house is on fire or whether it's just toast burning. If the latter, the board has the luxury of engaging in a deliberate and consultative process. However, if the house is on fire, I believe the board's leadership role requires it to act swiftly and leave behind anything that is not essential to serving our students and our mission. The governor's intent to dramatically decrease state support for the university is clear. Whether the reduction is $136 million or $85 million over 1 or 2 years, the severity of the cuts and any delay in response threatens the university's ability to operate through the end of the current fiscal year. You'll hear later today from OMB that we can substitute tuition and grant and contract revenue for the state funds that have been cut. That assumes those monies are somehow available in an account from which we can draw. Those revenues must be earned in year by having programs and services and faculty and staff and researchers available, and by maintaining the confidence of our students and our funders. Both these prerequisites are severely challenged in this environment. So in my view, our house is on fire. It's also my view that determining what is essential, while extremely difficult, is much simpler in a one university context. Returning to the house analogy, if you need to remodel, you first need to know how many rooms you can afford. While that is my view, the board must first reach some decision on that issue, since it drives both the process and the options that are feasible. Second, it's a fact that UA's current structure, or any structure involving separately accredited universities, lends itself to duplicative administration and competition. Each separately accredited university literally requires separate administration, largely under a chancellor's control. Thus, any solution involving separate accreditations will necessarily require that scarce resources be applied to duplicative and expensive senior administration. While there have been recent efforts at collaboration, thank you, Maria, for your comments with respect to that. Historically, such efforts have been fleeting and the results, unfortunately, limited. We have 30 years of data that indicate that with 3 universities, competition, not the healthy kind that we see on a basketball floor or in a hockey rink, not collaboration, is the result. There are some exceptions to this fact. I have seen our students and our faculty and lots of our staff work well together across the university system. And I believe these efforts will only expand if we come together stronger than if we are apart. I will admit that my view has changed over the years. Back in 2005, when I wrote UA 2009, the strategic plan for the system at the time, I supported 3 separate and different universities, each growing and excelling in its own lane. And in strategic pathways, again, I supported that concept. But as I said a moment ago, despite the logic of that model, our actual record does not support a case that we will step up cost-effective collaboration over the long term. Nor will we create the needed capacity to quickly adapt our university to the new fiscal, demographic, and technological environment we face. Some will argue that scarce resources force collaboration. That's rarely been the case in human experience, particularly when the parties are not equally matched. When one university believes it has the upper hand, or when a university's survival is threatened by significant cuts, the competition for resources intensifies. That has already been demonstrated clearly in this crisis. Even if the competition is not condoned or fostered by leadership, and even if it harms our efforts to gain additional resources, our own employees and their community surrogates pursue these separate, and if I may, separatist agendas. So I'd like to spend the bulk of our time today first identifying from the board's perspective the critical issues that must be addressed. And second, the extent to which the 2 options we put before you or another addresses those high priority interests of the board. My hope is this approach will help the board discharge its fiduciary and leadership duty, affirmed in the Declaration of Financial Exigency last week, to the university and to its responsibilities to the citizens of this state, communities, and students, to act promptly in their best interests without regard to political or geographic or other personal considerations, and to make the difficult decisions required to reduce disruption to our students, to support our faculty and staff, to serve the state, and to ensure that the vocational, technical, and academic standards are maintained and essential services are provided. The staff, and especially the chancellors, are here today to support your discussion, and I encourage and support their participation. As I prepared my thoughts for the meeting today, I recalled a big banner that hung on the wall at shareholder meetings of Doyon Limited, where I had the honor of working some years back. And that banner had just 4 words on it, words that Alaska Native leader Morris Thompson thought were really important to remind people of at sometimes controversial shareholder meetings. And I would commend those 4 words to us today as we lead this great university in uncharted territory by grappling with critically important issues, tough issues, as Alex said, without easy answers. The first word is calm. The second is cool. The third is strength. And the fourth is integrity. So, Mr. Chairman, those are my opening remarks. And what I'd like to do now is go to slide 35 of our presentation for those of you online. Ken's got it. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Ken. It's 36 because we added a new slide. As I reflected back on those planning processes we've gone through, pathways and our goals 2025, the vision, and the many, many discussions that we have had as a board over the last several years, we boiled down what we thought the key interests were to these 4. So increasing the share of our budget that's spent on academics and student services, maximizing access to our programs for students across the state, reducing administrative costs, and providing a seamless student experience. What I think would be very helpful prior to getting into discussing the specific options is for the board to discuss these interests and also surface other interests that you believe are critically important for the evaluation of the options. These interests are critical criteria for us as a group to think about and to try to maximize as we think about and decide, hopefully today, on which strategic approach the university should take for the purpose of reducing budget and improving service. So I'd like to hand it back to you, Mr. Chair. We have a whiteboard here too, so that if anyone would like to scribe a little bit so that we've got all these things ready to see. And then the next thing we'll do after this is actually prioritize these specific interests so that, again, when we evaluate the options, these are at the forefront. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. So members of the board, do you have thoughts, reflections on these priority items?
Mr. Chairman.
Regent Hughes.
Probably for the last 3 weeks, I've been studying the small paragraph in our Constitution talking about our duty and responsibility to Alaskans. And I came up with something similar to your slide, but only 3 words: the education of Alaskans, excellence in access, excellence in studies and education, and simplicity. And those are much, Mr. Chairman, like the slide. And of course, I hadn't got the slide yet. But I was spending a lot of time trying to figure out, first of all, we put the students first. And of course, the faculty educates the students. And that is where our monies in this type of arena need to be spent. The other thing that I guess from my perspective, and I spent a lot of time looking through the slides that were prepared. At this moment, the university doesn't know about our scholarship monies. And so not only is our house on fire, but gasoline is being poured on the fire. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Other Regents' comments? Regent Purdue?
I'd like to add a thought, and I don't have it well schooled as to the wording, but it's the integration of teaching and research. I think that our university system has been growing since, well, I just think since 1953 when the Geophysical Institute was established, a world-class experience for students from all over the world to study the place that we live. And many, many other entities have followed. And I think a lot of people may not know that research is very focused on developing students and scholarship. So I would like to add a statement that supports that element of our mission.
Other comments, other readings?
Chair Davies, this is Dale Anderson.
Regent Anderson, go ahead, please.
I'm glad we're going down this path about prioritization and what is important to us to see in the future of University of Alaska. So I'm not necessarily asking to write these out on the whiteboard, but I wrote out 5 of them that I think are important to hear at least. So my board Regents priorities: student success through strong, effective student support services, emphasizing effective student support services. Number 2 is student access to a quality post-secondary education at a reasonable price. Number 3 is the impact of these drastic cuts minimized from a student's standpoint. Number 4 is precise mapping of the tracks for each of the student teach-outs to ensure that we're meeting our obligations to existing students. And then number 5 is the maximum dollars being spent on student experience rather than such a heavy administration or support staff that 3 universities require. And I think you can see in all 5 of my points and priorities, the student comes first. The student is our client. You know, I come from a entrepreneurial private sector job, and we have to recognize who we are working for. We are working for the students, and the students are the ones that should be the most important factor that we in going forward here. I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. Other Regents? Regent Garrett.
Chair Davies. Good morning, everybody. We articulate a lot how important the students are, and I think we agree that they really are. So I think we should ask them what they would have us decide. The students who are weighing in want to keep their 3 institutions, and we've heard it. The Regents are receiving emails, and we hear it, students. What do the students say? Is there a student in the audience today that can stand up and say 1 or 3?
I think right now we're trying to have a discussion amongst the Regents, so we will have in the future lots of opportunity for people to weigh in.
My additional thought is if the students are as important as we say they are, they should decide.
Thank you. Any other Regent comments? Regent Parker.
Excuse me while I clear my throat. I agree with what Regent Anderson had to say, as well as Regent Hughes. And I think it's, and again, Regent Purdue and students and research. And we have found over the history of the university that students and research do go hand in hand. But I think it's as much as practicable, making sure that we have a seamless process for students going forward. And while there is going to be a reduction, and as we blend together programs, reduce programs, we're going to have to make sure that we have the people that are going to be able to help the students, because based on what I've heard from students and from others, students right now are struggling and not sure what direction this university is going to go and where do they sit in the process. Their success, their student success is vitally important. And then my last would be that we don't burden students with additional cost. And that would be, there's been a lot of discussion about increasing tuition. That's going to burden the students with additional costs, and as they're struggling to figure out whether they have a scholarship or not, we've got to keep it as reasonable as possible so that they can continue to enroll within the University of Alaska, wherever they may be.
Thank you. Regent Neal, were you seeking the floor? No?
Regent Davies, this is Regent Beretta.
Okay, Regent Beretta, please go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with the priority of the students, and so my hope is that as we re-envision the university, that we make sure that we teach the history of the state and the people, because the culture of the group is more important than the individual is really, it's important through this time of crisis and the house is on fire notion, that if we work together, if we work towards a common goal of having a strong university, it's going to change. We all know that. But imparting in us that the history of our people in Alaska has been that we are strong and resilient, and we will have a strong university because that's our desire, that's our goal. And as human beings in this time of leadership, we have a responsibility to making sure the next generation has the same benefits that we did, to get an education, to understand, to have awareness. And so as we understand more about this structure and the one accreditation versus three and the cost, really it boils down to cost. And if we're still able to provide that high quality education, then we have to factor in cost with the structure. And so I am encouraging those young students and students in general, whether they're young or old, to envision a university that's strong. It's different. It's scary right now for people, and there's a lot of fear of change, but there's no doubt in my mind that we will survive and be stronger. It's just going to be challenging, and if we can be transparent through this process and involve people's voices, that we will be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back here to Regent O'Neill.
So I have been, like my colleagues sitting around the table, reading and sifting through hundreds of emails, and I really appreciate all the communication. it broadens my thinking. And as I've been reading through the emails and having countless conversations, I continue to think about what leads us in our values. And you spoke about that this morning, Jim. And as I look at the UA's values, it's all about unity, accountability, leadership, excellence, accessibility, dedication, and stewardship. And I'm a firm believer that any time, in a time of crisis, in a time of opportunity, you always put your values in front of you, and that's how you make good decisions based on your priorities. So I think it's really important that we look at our mission and we come from decision making based on the values within the institution. I agree with my fellow regents that absolutely, number one, we have to be student-centered. And we have, in this crisis, potentially an opportunity to look at how we can make our systems more efficient and how students access our services in a way that works for them and lessen bureaucracy. And I do think that we also have to look at relevancy of what the work world needs today and into the future. And I've been using this term modernization, and I probably shouldn't use that wholesale term, but in my mind is really taking a look at the courses and the programs that we offer and relate that back to growing Alaskans to take the jobs within our state, and also to grow a generation of educated people who can live wherever they choose to in this world. And so that's where I've come down on this, is how do we make decisions through the frame of our values, ensuring that the students are at the core of that thought and decision-making process. And I think I heard somebody say in doing the right thing, coming from a place of great discernment rather than fear, because there's a lot of pain in this. There is a lot of pain. We're impacting people, we're impacting people's lives. And how do we make these tough decisions and hold all of that as we move forward, and keeping the student in the center of it?
Thank you very much. Before I go to the next region, I just want to recognize that Representative Adam Wool has joined us here, and appreciate his support. And I'm seeing somebody else. Oh, and Representative Joseph is also in the audience. Thank you very much.
I just want to mention that we do have space. There is space on the other side of this wall here for folks that are standing. They would have to access the meeting via a handheld device. But anyways, since there are some folks, I wanted to let them know there was overflow space.
Okay, thank you. All right, Regent Hargreaves.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to extend the record here that the students should, and they are, the first priority. And I continue to have a concern for that student that might be working toward a PhD. Just as an example, they have a year ahead of them to do a dissertation and to defend that dissertation. Is there a chance that a program, maybe there aren't too many people in it, and just 3 or 4 professors, is there a chance that a program like that could be cut this year? It could be cut. So we have a PhD student that's put all of the time and work into the effort, and they come up to the time to defend their dissertation, and they don't have faculty to work with. Is that a possibility for this coming year?
No, we have a teach-out responsibility, and that would extend to graduate students as well.
But what if you had to lay off the staff and close that department down?
We would make accommodations through our obligation under institutional accreditation to teach out that student. And we have that obligation for all of our students who are enrolled in our program.
And then secondly, Mr. Chairman, if a department were to be closed down for this year, does that come to this Board of Regents to make the decision?
Yes.
So it would be coming as a recommendation from the administration.
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, sometimes these things do become very personal. And I know we've been dealing with lots of people who are saying, hey, that's my program. You can't close that. We just can't see that closed. And I've pretty much accepted everybody's comments, listened to people, trying to see where they're coming from. And then all of a sudden, there's a program being discussed which made me feel you can't close that down. The University of Alaska Museum. All of a sudden, I realized how partial I am to that program. And it put things into perspective with other people around this state that have been telling us you can't close this, you can't close that. All of a sudden, it became very personal to me. I've had a hand back over the decades of helping that university get its collections, and I've enjoyed that, and I hadn't realized how closely I came to feel a relationship with the University Museum, of all things. But that's where I'm coming from at this point, and it puts into perspective that everybody has something they want to save. Now, here's the problem with that. If it's the president's responsibility to recommend closure and we vote to close a program, we become the villains. And I think we just have to call on everyone to ask for their patience and ask their forgiveness if something has to be closed down. It's not people that's closing these down. It's a lack of revenue, and it's a lack of appropriation, perhaps. But, you know, there just isn't anyone who is to blame for this. It's a revenue problem. And the frail human beings that we are, we're working with those reductions in revenue. So the other question I have at this point, what is the status of community colleges? I keep thinking I don't understand the system right now. And I would ask a question that was asked decades ago. Could community colleges, would they best be served if they became their own system, separate and apart from the University of Alaska? There was a time when the PhD community on the Fairbanks campus took strong exception to the concept of community colleges. I remember quite well the term that they used to describe the Tanana Valley Community College in its formation stages. They referred to it as the Fender Bender College, and they didn't want to see that put in place. When that community college was put in place, it was done so with the Hutchinson Career Center, the borough, and the city school district. So the thought was that that would be a facility that wouldn't have its own facilities. It would be used at the Hutchinson Career Center. And a strong case was made that we wouldn't have to have any buildings for the Tanana Valley Community College. I think that has evolved a lot since then. I don't know the total status right now. But the question is it time to start looking in this structural reorganization and come up with a plan for breaking the community colleges off and perhaps reenacting the Community College Act 1962, which made community colleges a partnership, a cooperation between the university and the local school districts. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Regent Purdue.
I think Regent Hargraves raises a very interesting point. I would say, though, we have 2 hours to discuss these issues and a broad range of organizational issues. And I'm concerned that we're moving from values into, the business at hand. So I wondered if we could do that in a more comprehensive way, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would ask the president if he wants to make a quick response to the question of this. What is the status?
The community campuses now are part of their regional universities. They are not separately accredited. Their accreditation and their programs are all part of the accreditation of the 3 separately accredited universities. There is a logic, I think, Regent Hargraves, and in many other states, particularly very large population states, there are separate community college systems. In those states, typically property taxes, local property taxes provide the financial support for those colleges. In Alaska, with just a couple, less than 5 exceptions, our communities really do not provide substantial support for their community campuses. That funding comes from the state. I think it's obviously your decision. My perspective would be that if we had a lot of resources, it might make sense. At this point, given the constrained resources and the reality of a separate system, which would involve yet more duplicative administration, I would have concerns about it at this point.
Okay, thank you. Other regents? Regent Benya.
Could we go back and show page 36 again, please? At the bottom there, we talk about a seamless student experience. You know, I was lucky enough to be appointed to this Board of Regents at perhaps the most crucial time in the history of the university. So I've been trying to play catch up and read everything that I could get my hands on, such as the Fisher report and the McTaggart report and any information that I could find. Along with the seamless student experience, it would seem to me that we should have something on there that speaks to student outcomes. Because as I read through this material, I don't feel like the student outcomes in the end are what they should be for a university such as the University of Alaska. And I don't really see anything there that, you know, what a seamless student experience actually means. Sounds great when it's written up there, but frankly, I'm not sure exactly what that refers to.
Okay, President Johnson.
You know, but student outcomes, I believe, should be included there. They need to, in my opinion, they need to be improved. And by making that statement, I'm not trying to cast any blame on any, you know, on the faculty, on the students or whatever, but I think we need to speak somehow to student outcomes here, no matter which model is selected.
Thank you, Regent Benya. Slides 44, I think renumbered now, 44 and 45, provide a lot of information about that seamless student experience. You probably have
right, but I mean, to me, it would be here.
Going to the outcome, I agree with you, but I would also reflect on the many graduations that we've attended, and this year, for example, at the Fairbanks graduation, a young man walked across the stage. He graduated with my daughter from high school in 2003. He was very debt averse. He was paying his own way, and he took a course or two a year. So here we are in 2019, and he walked across the stage and got his baccalaureate degree. Now, from a standard measurement perspective, we failed, completely failed. but from the change, the outcome in that young person's life, I'd say that was a tremendous success on his terms. So I think, we have to balance, that access and wanting to support Alaskans in their own way, addressing their educational opportunities with, and I agree, some more efficiency in terms of the standard measures.
Well, no argument there,
Yeah.
but I just firmly believe that in general, student outcomes need to be improved, and it should be on there.
Any other comments? Regent O'Neill.
We've heard that the model that best contains, or from what I've heard and read, the model that best contains creativity and entrepreneurship is option 2, I believe, or is it option 1, 3 universities. And I think for a university system that is absolutely critical to teaching and learning. And so regardless of which structure we choose, I think that has to be embedded in both. And I believe that needs to be number 5, where we really focus on, for the places that the teaching is happening, that there's local creativity and entrepreneurship. And that's really connected back to those centers of excellence, because we do have centers of excellence that we do not want to let go of. So how do we continue to build upon our centers of excellence?
Thank you. Well, if there are other comments at this time, I guess I would like to offer my thought here. I share many of the comments that have been made, and I certainly support the notion that the primary among equals has to be the student experience, and I concur in trying to continue to assess student outcomes as part of that. I think that those are important ideas. Like Regent Hargraves, perhaps I want to admit to a certain, perhaps, personal bias in this comment, so I'll put that out there to begin with. But it also stems from personal experience, and that is that my view of a university, when a person says a university, I usually interpret that in the sort of the land grant mission sense of a university that provides teaching, research, and public service. So those 3 items I continue to believe are the hallmarks of a university. With, of course, the essential piece of that is the student focus. But the things that we teach students, the knowledge that we teach students, are garnered through research. It's a fundamental thing that can't be forgotten. And then so I concur in the integration of teaching and research comment that Regent Perdue made. And I'd like to just add one further attribute of that I think is important to not lose sight of. And it actually goes back, it also relates to Regent Hargrave's comment about the museum. One of the attributes of research that is necessary is this longer view, that to study almost anything requires a long history of that study. And, if you're going to try to understand what's happened to the seals in Alaska, you need to have a record of what the seals in Alaska have been like over a long period of time. And the collections at the museum, for example, are some of those things that we have collected over time and continue to be accessed and used by researchers from all over the country and indeed over the world. In my personal experience, the effort with seismology requires the installation and maintenance of a network of seismic stations that are continued. You can't put in a seismic station after an earthquake occurs. If you want the data from that, you have to have the net in place when the event happens. And so there's this aspect of a long-term commitment to research, a core that. So I think that's one of the core values of the university, and whatever we do with restructuring, we should try to minimize the loss of that long-term investment that has been made in Alaska, which is important not only for Alaska, but for the United States, and in some cases, I believe, for the world. So I think that's a key thing. And also one of the other aspects of the university mission is public service, and through the community college effort and workforce development, we do a lot of that kind of work, but also through the formal commitment to cooperative extension. I believe that that's another key attribute that we need to the extent that we can, and if we have to cut back, we're going to have to cut back on some of these things. But I think the notion of the university providing direct support to the citizens of Alaska through that mechanism is an important one. So those are my only two additional comments that I would add to the mix. Any other comments? Regent Bain, I see you.
The only comment I want to make is I think it's time to get on to the main business at hand here. So.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I didn't want to cut people off, but I do want to move the conversation on. Regent Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move a motion, and prior to moving, I want to remind people, and I know everyone in the room who loves the university realizes that the university has been in Alaska for 100 years. And 100 years from now, the university will still be here. Mr. Chairman, I move the Board of Regents, pursuant to its constitutional duty to govern the University of Alaska in the best interest of the state and Alaskans, authorizes the President with interim oversight from a Regents subcommittee to be appointed. Mr. Chair, you have appointed the Regents subcommittee to implement the following steps towards increasing the share of resources devoted to academics and student services by developing a revised organizational structure for the University of Alaska. And there's 4 points. Number 1, reducing administrative costs immediately through consolidation and standardization of processes in the back office function areas, including but not limited to information technology, finance, university relations, and procurement. Number 2, preparing a strategic approach to combining duplicative academic colleges and schools, consolidating research institutes, and enhanced integration of community campuses for review and approval by the Board of Regents at its meeting on September 12 and 13 of 2019. Number 3, preparing to transition to a single institutional accreditation. That's a single institutional accreditation over the 2019-2020 academic year, and consulting through the above steps with student, faculty, staff, governance groups. I so move.
Is there a second?
This is Dale Anderson. I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Regent Hargrave.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one question of President, if I may. Without this motion, is the content of this motion pretty much what you're directed to do? Is that what you're going to be doing? If the motion doesn't pass, is this the thing that's happening?
Regent Hargraves, it is going to be a challenge to move forward with immediate cost reduction steps without a motion like this, because we will not have the authority essentially to get going in that direction. And so it will be very challenging without a motion of this nature. Of course, the core elements of it need to come back to you for approval in September. You raised that issue a little earlier about academic program reductions or discontinuations requiring board approval. Yes, they do, and so that would all come back to you. But without this, our hands are largely tied in terms of our ability to timely make cost reductions.
Regent Tuber.
So thank you, Regent Hughes, for your motion, and to the regents who have described their perspective and their concerns and their priorities to. And I saved my comments until I heard what the motion or whatever motion might be made. And I appreciate the opportunity under discussion to make a couple of remarks. I would say I'm going to oppose your motion, Regent Hughes, because I think it's a bit too prescriptive for me at this time. And as such, I would suggest that regents contemplate, rather than simply the opportunity to move from a accreditation model where we're at with 3 universities to, as President Johnson has described, a simplified structure, contemplating maybe something in the middle ground in much the same way that so many successful states have, where you've got 2 university models, right? A competing university potential model that unlike, or potentially like University of Washington and Washington State, or University of Oregon and Oregon State, that the only option before us is not simply to maintain a 3 university or a 1 university model, but a multiple university model. My priority, and I think that I share common ground with other regions, has to do with access, has to do with the importance of education and the opportunity for education for Alaska's people, most particularly in my, as I see it, rural people. Access to education, because access to education serves as the single most significant intervention in prolonging life, in enhancing the quality of life of any intervention known. There are many interventions that occur in a human life that reduce life expectancy, smoking and drinking and all kinds of behaviors, but there is no single intervention that provides for the enhancement and the extension of life like education does. So I think, as has been said, that without data, we are all simply people with opinions. I think that it's going to be important for us to refer to the data to determine that we're maximizing access to education for Alaska's people before we make a determination as to whether or not the model we're going to pursue is a 3 university model versus a 1 university model, without potentially considering other models as well. It's not with disrespect that I speak against the motion, Mary. It's with the need for additional time to consider what the implications would be. And I respect that President Johnson has the charge of ensuring that we're equipped with sufficient information to make good decisions. But I don't believe that I'm at a point where I can support such a motion without first, with your indulgence, maybe the distribution of the wording of your motion, and also with additional time to consider what the potential implications are, understanding full well that President Johnson would then bring back to us a potential list of impacts and implications that we could then determine up or down whether or not this motion was suitably important or suitable for us as we vote for it or against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to respond to that quickly?
If I might, quickly, thank you, Regent Cooper. I really appreciate your emphasis, particularly on access. I haven't looked closely at the student count or the enrollments at the four institutions you mentioned. I suspect they're all, each one of them, as big or bigger than our entire system is. I'd also note that UW has 4 campuses, I believe, and 1 accreditation. And a lot of the data that I think you're talking about, and we've sort of talked about interests and haven't really gotten into a deep dive of the 2 options that are before you, is here. Slide 26, for example, actually compares on cost the 2 options that we've laid out. And there are also some more specific examples of how both the universities would, and if you have an interest, the chancellors are here and able to talk about how they would take these reductions within our current structure. And then there's also information here, and we could certainly happily discuss that, how we would take the reductions under a unified university structure. And we've provided some examples. So for example, the engineering, if we were to consolidate the schools of engineering, there's a substantial cost reduction, particularly on the administrative side, that would occur as a result of that. And that, I think, is a legitimate prototype for looking at other academic program consolidations across the system. Thank you.
Regent Parker, then Garrett, then Banya.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like Regent Tuber, I'd like to see a copy of this motion. There was a lot of information contained in there, and the motion that's in our packet is completely different than that. I'd also like to have, before we vote on it, discussion about the 2 options that we asked to get considered. I know that there's information in the packet. I'd like to hear from the chancellors on option 2. So I think that we need to, before we vote on this motion, actually have the discussion and go into these presentations regarding one university. In looking through the materials, I have a lot of questions. And before I could even vote on this motion, I would want to see those questions get answered and have the dialogue and be able to hear from the chancellors, be able to hear from the students.
Go here. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And we had a request to go back and get further discussion of the 2 options that we'd laid out, and perhaps have some discussion of other options as well. So President Johnson, could you tee that up?
Chair, before President Johnson speaks, I'd like to move to table Mary's motion.
Okay. The motion to table is...
Regent Beretta, I'll second.
It's been seconded. Brandy, can you call the roll on the motion to table?
Regent Tuber?
Yes.
Regent Beretta?
Yes.
Regent Anderson?
No.
Regent Parker?
Yes.
Regent Hughes?
No.
Regent O'Neill?
Yes.
Regent Garrett?
Yes.
Regent Hargraves? Regent Perdue?
No.
Regent Banya? Yes. Regent Davies?
Yes.
8 in favor, 3 opposed.
Thank you. I think we could have, in Chair's opinion, we could have had the discussion that we wanted to have under that motion, but I think it's appropriate to take that off the table so that we can have a broader discussion than was simply encompassed by that motion. So, Regent O'Neill.
In terms of process, I do think that we have to make key critical decisions and give the president direction through a motion before we leave here today.
Correct.
So please, and the only reason why I voted the way I voted is to give our, the regents more time to discuss, to ask the questions, and to deliberate. So can you please, in your chair role, lay out what the strategy will be and the process will be so that we ensure when we leave here today that we will, move on a decision so that we can give the board, the president direction.
We have until about noon today to make this. So what I would like to.
But Mr. Chair, if I may, I think this is one of the largest decisions facing this board in the last 100 years. So I am willing to clear my calendar today if that's what we need. But I just think that it's really going to be important that we figure out what our strategic process is. And that we know that, that when we leave this room today, that we've given the president some direction.
Right. So that's my goal too, is that we do that. I think that the most helpful thing would be to hear, as Regent Parker asked, to have some presentation of from the chancellors of their view of where we are, and to focus back in on those sort of shared value statements that we talked about earlier, and to have discussion around which one of these options we think gets us closer to those, and then when that discussion is ripe, I think we should ask for another motion. So, President Johnson.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask that folks go to slide 13 in the presentation, and I just have a few comments, and then I'll hand it to the chancellors who've arranged the speaking order there. Let's see. So I'll head back. I think I'll just start right here. So that's slide 14. And this is the direction that I gave the chancellors. And that is, given our current organizational structure and given a state budget reduction of $136 million, of course, the actual effect will likely be substantially more than that, given the negative impact on enrollment and the tuition that comes from enrollment, given a negative impact on other revenue sources. And of course, every day we delay, the effect of not having made reductions simply increases. But I gave them these numbers, and these are prorated distributions. So if UAA's percentage of our UGF is X, then X times 136 gives us 50 million. And then I just applied that same standard to the other universities here. And so with that, I'll invite the chancellors to go ahead and I'll have this. So if you could tell me what slide you want to focus on, I'm happy to do that.
President Johnson, excuse me, I have a question from Regent Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I looked at this slide several times going through. Within that 136 million, I mean, I add this up and that's what the total is. Do we have dollars set aside out of that 136 for interim concerns or the transitioning costs and so forth, that type of thing?
We have some very limited, and we'll talk about it, unrestricted fund balance, one-time monies, but there is no one-time money provided by the state for transition.
Okay, and your concept was not to take it out of that money. I mean, or I don't even know if we can take it out of that money.
I'm not sure. I mean,
transition money. Can we take it out of the state money?
Well, the state money is 192 million. The cut is what's 136.
I'm sorry. Taking it out of the 192.
Wow, we're already coming down 41%. So that's a pretty monumental to cut deeper in order to transition.
But we need we definitely need some transition money.
Yes.
I mean, that's a need, and I saw that as something that should be, in effect, distributed.
Yeah, and there are, you'll hear about, to some extent, the Chancellor's plans and in others, the One University model, where we are looking at certain one-time revenue sources, monetizing physical assets, for example, unrestricted fund balance, which of course is very, very lean because we've been using it the last several years, but that'll be something that we talk about.
Thank you.
Regent Timmer.
I don't want to be in any way disruptive to the presentation for either you, President Johnson, or the chancellors, because I think this is the crux of what we're here for, to hear what your recommendations are. But I would ask whether or not it's appropriate that we intervene with questions as we go, or that we keep them bottled up so that we're looking anxious and angry during the process of the presentation. I guess my point is that already I've got questions about how the distribution or how the reductions would be allocated. Is that, do we have the ability to determine what the FTE ratios are, what the proportionate ratio of, proposed cuts might be? And I think that if we can just intervene with those questions, we don't necessarily have to have the answers immediately, but I think that we need to have a placeholder where we can come back and look at what the implications are.
Well, I'm happy to. I like the angry and anxious look, Regent Tuber, but but I'm happy. We evaluate always when we look at pro rata reductions or increases either way. We have several ways in which to look at that. One is share of UGF. And because it's a UGF reduction, that's the one we applied here. And at other times, we apply them based on share of enrollment. That's a common way in which we distribute either reductions or increases in a pro rata way. Mm-hmm.
Regent Parker.
Thank you. And looking at this potential cost reductions, proportional reductions, and the information that came from the chancellors, since this was submitted, there's been a group working to identify a way for the three universities to work. And the question to the chancellors would be, since you guys have been talking, would you change your numbers and your allocations that you had originally identified based on the discussions that have been going on?
I think it's a super question, and it's exactly what they will be talking about here today. So let me hand it over to the chancellors, and you can get into your approach to the necessary reductions in our current structure.
One other quick question.
Just a quick question about this slide, President. What is this relative to the overall budgets at the universities? Is it 20%?
41%.
So no, to their everything they bring in to the campus. That's what I'm asking.
It's roughly 15%, I would say.
So the 50 million, the UAA means a 15% reduction. The 68 million means 15% reduction to the campus.
To the campus, but in addition to that, again, we're going to see ripple effects,
right?
Additional reductions, so that there will be negative effects on other funds as well. But again, we're trying to have a constant here.
Approximate is 15% across statewide UAS, UAF, and UAA.
Well, it's basically UGF is roughly 40% of the total.
Right.
And so 0.4 times.
So whatever's to the overall
it's roughly
unit.
15%.
Okay, thank you.
Regent Garrett.
Yeah, Thanks, everyone. I really like how we're doing this value-centered conversation, and I would like to encourage that we continue writing things down. So is it appropriate to invite Myron to come and add values as they come up? And I would like to add accreditation to this list, which is not up there. Thank you.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah,
all right.
I think we're ready.
Wonderful. All right. First of all, before I begin, I would like to add to what others have said, my appreciation to the Regents. You are volunteers. Many of you have very, very busy lives. You put in a lot of time on this, and even more lately. And I just want to express my gratitude, our gratitude to you for the work that you do for us. So, yes, it is true that we were asked to submit proposed cuts according to these proportional reductions, and we got these instructions on either July 22nd or July 23rd, and I think we had 2 or 3 days to submit that information to the statewide office. And of course, all of us on our campuses had discussions of potential cuts, and we could, put that list together. But since then, we have come together and we have designed with all the chancellors, our leadership teams, and the presidents of our academic senates, as well as other faculty, another concept. And I invite you to go to slide number 20 before we talk about the proportional cuts, because it's relevant here. And understanding that that is kind of small print to read off of the screen, we brought hard copies that I'm hoping maybe Brandy can distribute so that it'd be easier for you to, with the chair's permission. It's exact same text as slide number 20. So what we are looking at here is not the status quo. It is not 3 universities taking proportional cuts, but it's a whole new idea that is an integrated University of Alaska consortium model, a consortium of 3 separately accredited universities that work in concert with each other. So the consortium model is not something brand new. It exists in several areas of the country. Some of the most notable university and college consortia include the Claremont colleges in California, the 5 colleges, it's called, in Amherst, Massachusetts. There's a consortium of universities and colleges in New Orleans. There's one in Baltimore. There's one in Philadelphia, Atlanta. So this is a common structure for individual universities to come together to share back office processes and to consolidate their academic programs in an effort to be more efficient and more student focused. So what we have outlined here are some of the benefits and risks of this particular model. We followed the president's lead. He did the same for the one university model. So again, to start, we want to give you this broader context, and then we're happy to go into our specific ideas for cuts. But to answer Regent Parker's question, I think we all have agreed that we did our cuts separately, but now that we're in these very robust conversations as 3 universities, that we would go back and see how we coordinate and collaborate, say, on our academic cuts. How do we make sure that we provide the greatest amount of access and the greatest amount of array of programs across Alaska by working together? So some of the benefits is, first of all, this structure maintains a well-understood system of post-secondary education in the state. So the students understand that we have different universities, and it's least disruptive to them because we continue to exist as 3 universities. So there is a recent example of where a top-down rapid structural change had a negative effect on students in the state of Alaska, and that would be in the case of education programs. So as you know, during this academic year, there is a major structural change where this group, this body voted to disestablish initial licensure programs at UAA and instead offer those through UAS and UAF. So these data have been provided to you in the past, and I'd like to repeat that so that you can see what we're looking at in terms of student enrollments in education programs. So at UAA in 2018, we have had 454 students in education programs. And in 2019, we have 123 students. And that's a decrease of 73%. That's not surprising given that the programs were disestablished. At UAF in 2018, they had 254 students. And in 2019, they have, and these data are from July 22nd. So there may be some variation. It's live data, UA data. As of July 22nd, they had 301 students. That's an increase of 47 students, or 19%. UAS in 2018 had 183 students, and in 2019 they have 206 students. That's an increase of 23 students, or 13%. So if we add all that up, the totals are as follows. In 2018, across the state, we had 884 students enrolled in education programs. As of July 22nd, last week, we had 616 students enrolled in education programs. That's a decrease of 268 students, or a decrease of 30% from 2018. Now, if we look at student enrollments across all disciplines, we're also seeing a decline across the system, but that decline is 7.3%. So there's definitely something going on in education. And one of the changes that occurred between 2018 and 2019 is a structural change that wasn't well explained to the students and didn't take the time to market it. So again, this consortium model avoids that potential problem by maintaining a structure that students understand and their families understand. It's simpler because we are not drastically changing it. It's an adaptation of what exists. The other thing the consortium model allows us to do is leverage already strong local and regional relationships across the regions. So these go to our public service mission of the university, and also our ability to raise additional funds from donors and corporate sponsors and partners and the like. So those are threatened if you drastically change the structure. The consortium model also maintains continuity of accreditation. So as we eliminate programs, consolidate programs, as we will need to do given our budget reductions, we can do that in a more smooth way with what we call substantive change applications to NWCCU. And this allows us to have continuous accreditation. If there's any disruption in accreditation, that affects our ability to maintain their federal financial aid. So the issue of accreditation and continuous education accreditation is important. I have gone through a couple major structural changes. And in Wisconsin, when we did a change of control application to our regional accreditor, it was hundreds of pages long and took a long time to write. And then it was reviewed by the staff, and it was reviewed by the board, and it was voted on by the board at their regular meeting. So there is a time frame in there. In the meantime, you want to maintain accreditation. So I think that it's a huge benefit of maintaining what we have and not disrupting it by going to the integrated consortium model. This model allows us to leverage significant investments that we have made on all the campuses in terms of marketing, student recruitment, and student success. At the last regular board meeting, you heard a presentation from all of us in terms of our efforts there and the data and improvements in terms of student enrollment, student applications, and student success. I should point out with regard to accreditation, both as Professor Williams pointed out, that UAA and UAS both had their regional accreditation reaffirmed for 7 years. And within that, both of us received accolades and commendations for our student-centered and programs and our student success. So it would be less disruptive to keep those in place if indeed we do care about our students. And then finally, we think this model, the integrated model, builds on all the work that was done for strategic pathways. I've been, in my own mind, calling it strategic pathways on steroids, where we're even getting more focused and working more collaboratively, both on back office administrative processes as academic programs. Again, with people who are student-centered, with people who have an existing relationship and the trust of the organizations that we are going to be changing. So now I'm happy to pass it off to my colleague, Chancellor Caulfield from UAS.
Yep, go ahead, Regent Purdue.
Thank you, Chancellor Sandine. And I guess the house on fire question is my question. And how does this differ today from what we have today? We have the ability today to collaborate inside our system. Does this envision a Board of Regents, or are these independent organizations that cooperate together? How is this different than today? And how fast can we move in this model?
We can start moving tomorrow under this model. After the July 22nd meeting, where I heard the statement that the universities will never cooperate with each other, there's too much competition and infighting, I placed calls to my two colleagues and I said, shall we start talking? Shall we see what we can do? And over the weekend, we convened a group, and I have a list of the people who are involved in it, including the three chancellors, most of the vice chancellors from all three institutions, the three presidents of the faculty senate, and additional faculty and administrators. And we work to create a collaborative model that's we have a little more detail than we were able to provide here. And so that shows that, yes, maybe the house on fire, or I recall a statement I've heard many times, in higher education for a long time. And there's kind of a cynical statement that goes like this: a budget cut is a terrible thing to waste. And the idea behind it is it's a time and opportunity for reform and reinvention. So I think what's different is that we all recognize the challenge that we face with this budget cut, and that we are committed together to make this happen quickly under this model. And it wouldn't require separate accreditation. Separate boards. This is the same board. We're the same three universities, but we're working in a consortium model under this board. Did that answer your question?
Regent Parker.
Thank you. Two questions. One, I would ask Chancellor Caulfield and Chancellor White if they concur with the statement from Chancellor Sandine about the collaboration and cooperation between the campuses. And then secondly, Chancellor Sandine, you referenced a presentation. Do we have that presentation?
No, you do not. You have this one page.
Can we get a copy of that presentation?
We can get copies if the chair approves. Okay.
Regent.
Oh, and you wanted to hear from the other two chancellors?
The answer to your question is yes.
1 second, Regent Banyan.
I just had one question. We have a couple of C words there. We have cooperation, we have collaboration. I can't help but think about another one, and that is competition. And I don't see, to me, competition is healthy. I like competition in my business. It makes me better. You must, I would think that you had to speak of competition. There should be some anyway, so I'd like you to comment on that.
Yeah, Chancellor, one of us, Chancellor White.
We came up with the word cooperation, which is competition and cooperation. And I mentioned last week, of course, competition drives innovation. And so as each university is looking at their market and their market sectors, and actually UAF, UAA, and UAS have different market sectors, how do we develop enrollment management strategies, things that work for the markets that we are attracting. And that, frankly, for UAF, as a research university, we're trying to develop competitive strategies against Oregon State and Montana State and Idaho. Those are competitors for us. So, yeah, collaboration was the word. I think it's in that document. Thank you.
Well, that's fine, the competition with those other universities, but Specifically, I was speaking about competition between the three.
And I think that we gain more by being on the spectrum closer to more cooperation than competition. And even if we look at where our students come from in our three different universities, we don't compete for students within Alaska. Very small number of students apply to multiple universities. So from that aspect, we don't have to worry about that key competition. So I think that, yeah, in some places our faculty are competing for grants perhaps, or for publications, but we can achieve more by maintaining a certain level of competition, but leaning far more toward cooperation and collaboration.
Okay, I mean, that sounds fine. At the same time, as I said a couple of minutes ago, I don't see anything wrong with competition. You know, I think it's good.
Yeah, we don't either. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Regent Hargrave.
Mr. Chairman, my question is, what's happening to the statewide administration in this? Is it gone?
No, it is not gone. Perhaps Chancellor Caulfield can speak to that.
If I may, actually what I'd like to do, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, is continue on with the presentation that we had, which will include a response to Regent Hargrave's question.
Please go ahead.
Continuing with what my colleague has started here, one of the strengths that we believe comes from the enhanced integrated consortium model is our ability to respond effectively to non-traditional students who are place committed. And most of the students in the University of Alaska system are what we characterize as non-traditional. That means they're not between 18 and 24 years of age. Most are not living in a dormitory somewhere around a quad. And many of these students can take advantage of online opportunities, and certainly many of them do currently. But there are also a number of students, including especially first-generation college students, especially those who don't have a lot of support systems around them, who do need localized hands-on support. And I've been a part of teaching in a number of those programs, and they've had great success in ensuring that those students can be successful, especially in their first semester or two, so that they can go on to be able to complete their degree. Another thing that's important, we believe, is that the consortium model expands opportunities for the statewide collaboration, coordination, and perhaps, yes, competition, alignment of academic programs in an inclusive way, and importantly, that involves our stakeholders, our faculty, our staff, and our students in those conversations. And I think one of the points we wanted to make was not including those stakeholders in the conversation and the decision-making process leaves them without buy-in to this. And I think that buy-in is very important to the process.
Chancellor, could I interrupt you for a second? Regent O'Neill had a question.
Why would the student support change, whether it's 3 universities, consortia, or 1 university? Why would that change?
I think the concern would be that if we end up with a single college or a single program based in one location, that much of the delivery of those would inevitably be through online and other mechanisms, and you wouldn't have faculty necessarily in those campuses or those universities teaching in those programs.
But that's based upon opinion. That's not based upon what the plan would actually look like, right? So what my question is because we do this all over the state currently, we have robust learning centers where we provide student support, where they have local innovation and entrepreneurship. So why would that change?
Well, if the bulk of the programs delivered are online instead of having faculty in a classroom in front of you, that would be the challenge. And with the budget cuts that we're talking about, inevitably we would not have an array of faculty in various disciplines in all the different campuses. So it would be a reduction, I would say, in the face-to-face opportunities that many students would have in our campuses.
So and I'm just looking at big picture and asking, as I ask these questions. So when I look at the 2 options, what I see in the consortium is a lot more, I consider middle management, right? And so we would still pay for all of those functions. And if we move to a single university system, we would have a single system, but we would then be, my thought, and I'm not sure if this is the case, is that we then can ensure that we leave more resources intact for the faculty in the classrooms.
Well, that assumes that we will not be eliminating administrative middle management positions within the consortium model. So we all, in our individual budgets, have identified significant reductions in administration. So, but the thing is, the people who are determining what those services are locally have local knowledge, and they're trusted and known by those.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that it should matter at the local level. I would think that our values and what we say guide us should apply regardless of what structure we're talking about. Because we're talking about a structure here right now. We're not talking about actually what's happening in the structure as it relates to people. And the relationship should still stay the same if we are governed by our values.
But it's more bureaucratic. If there is if you have to wait forever for an answer because there's only one person at a far distance away who hasn't visited your campus in, months and doesn't have that local knowledge. So what are you giving up with a structure that seems logical? What are you giving up? So under our model, it retains more of the direct contact in delivery of services and less bureaucracy because we're maintaining the 3 units. And again, I want to reiterate that all 3 of us have identified significant reductions in administration under this model. So there will be fewer administrators. There's no doubt about that.
And do we have a copy of your budgets to show us?
Yes, you do. And we'll review those after we've gone through this.
Because I don't see it in this handout.
It's in the packet.
It's in the president's packet, so starting on page 15. So slide number 15, 16, and 17.
I thought you had a different set of numbers. That's what I was asking about. I've seen these numbers.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, do you have a different set of numbers as it relates to your proposal? That's my question.
No, we did not have the time to be able to develop that, but we talked about it in concept.
But it's the same, right? I mean, the consortium model is just the 3 universities with cuts.
Yeah, although we're going to get together and
reductions.
see what we can do together.
Excuse me, so Regent Parker and then Tuber.
With respect to the learning centers, there have been impacts to the students, particularly at the community campuses. While there maybe hasn't been any change on the Anchorage campus, Fairbanks, or Juneau, go to the community campuses. There have been impacts, and the people that were there to help the students are being eliminated and won't be there, and it will be difficult for the students to get the help that they need. And if we're focused on the students, keep that in mind.
So if I may, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, I have one more question for Regent Tuber.
Thank you, Chancellor Caulfield, and to the Chancellor. So my question is more a request, and that is, would you be mindful of the concerns that the Regents are expressing in trying to detail what the differentiation is between what we've heard as a promoted concept and what you're now promoting, so that we can attribute where the cost savings will be as you go through your presentation?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Rick.
So if I may, the next point speaks to Regent Hargrave's question, and what we have discussed in the context of this consortium model is a lean statewide office, continuation of a statewide office, but a lean statewide office that focuses on external relations, compliance, stewardship of shared strategic resources, leadership, governance, and strategic vision. And I note that this is much of what came out of a statewide transition task force that was conducted in 2015, a leaner statewide system that focuses on those high-level leadership roles and responsibilities. Also, as we've already touched on, the consortium model in our minds would incorporate implementation of common academic planning and registrar processes, alignment of those to help create that seamless student experience that we've discussed earlier. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to my colleague, Chancellor White.
Yeah, just continuing down the page, one of the things that continuing with 3 universities is it offers decentralized decision-making in many respects, which occurs now, which promotes agility, innovation, entrepreneurship within the system. And I just think about, we have a government of the United States, we still have states, and we still have governors. We have governors of states. We're all Alaskans, but we also have cities and municipalities that have mayors and likewise. So I think that is a model that promotes decentralized decision-making, as the 3 universities does. Optimizes continued opportunities for cost reduction, as has already been mentioned. And as Kathy mentioned at the beginning, avoids disruption and a disruption of our strong existing relationships in the communities. I think that another thing, and as we've talked about before, all of the regions are different and all of the universities are different, and the universities have grown up in serving these different regions and their constituents. And I'll just put the Regent Hargraves, your heart to rest at UAF. We totally embrace CTC. They're not big finger benders or whatever. They're 30% of our students, so they are all part of UAF. And I'll just pass it back to Kathy, but just wanted to say that, there's been a lot of data discussion, and I'm an engineer. Data makes a big difference. Data, people's lives depend on data as an engineer, but data can be used in lots of different ways. And all of the different talks about data and this is bad or this is good has been really hard on faculty and staff and students across the system. And I just want you to know that you've got a great university. You've got a great university system, 3 great universities, and great university faculty and staff who are dedicated to their jobs. I also just recognize dedicated students and student athletes and people who are committed to their education. Thank you.
So Davies, this is Regent Beretta.
Regent Beretta, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you know that I'm actually at another strategy session for another board that I sit on, and so I will have to be signing off here shortly. But my comments in regards to this where we are right now is I'm suggesting that next week, Monday or Tuesday, that we have a finance audit committee meeting to look more closely at some of the numbers that are important to my mind in seeing this big picture, and that we have more time to look at the numbers that are being contemplated through this new proposal that the chancellors are rolling out right now. I want to be there. This is very important to me, and I think that we need to have information to make the best decision. My other suggestion is that your structure committee that you just devised today should put on their agenda governance, so that the Board of Regents has an opportunity to look at different structures of governance that are happening at other universities and other organizations that could facilitate a different structure than what we currently have. So I will be signing off within the next 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regent Hargraves.
Chairman, to the chancellors, we talked about a leaner statewide administrative structure. What happens to the local campus? Do we see any administrator reduction that would save money at the local campus?
Yes, you will see significant reduction in administration at the local campuses. And in fact, at UAA, we've already reduced over $500,000, $500,000 in positions. Plus, that's not counting people who have left voluntarily. So we're probably up in the millions, and those positions won't be refilled. So we will see dramatic changing. Now, if I can address that issue of the statewide office for a moment, and we all really regret that we're put in kind of an adversarial position here. We thought we were presenting the president's option number 2, which is maintain the 3 universities and how that would look. And so I don't want you to take this in an adversarial way. All throughout this budget cut, I think my public stance has been fact-based, no hyperbole. Let's just be calm and stick with the facts. So I frame my next statement in that spirit. Collectively, I believe the 3 campuses pay something like $38 million for services from the statewide office. Am I in the ballpark there, Myron?
No.
How much is it then that we all pay in?
I just don't have that tally just right handy. There's a number of things like insurance, premiums or risk allocations for claims. There's some for IT. But our total, I think about a little bit more, our total interagency receipts, as it's called, is about $12 million.
Is that? I think it might be more than that. It'd be great for us to look at that so that we really know, because we have a vastly different estimate in how much it is. Anyway, so if we look at what services do we receive for that amount of money that we're paying, do we have responsive services? Are they similar to what we would get in the open market? I would say that we have a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of delay. One of my colleagues here talked about IT and how long it takes to get any modification to a system, or how long it takes to make decisions about information technology at a time when we have to make those decisions very rapidly. I'm not picking on anyone in particular, however it might seem like it. I am surprised that sometimes a simple contract is required to be reviewed by general counsel at the statewide office, and sometimes it can take 3 weeks. So that inhibits our ability to move. I have one investigative report that was up there for 3 months. And so the question is, how much are we paying, and what services do we get, and what is the accountability, and what voice do we have in terms of what we need and what we get? So that is the issue right now. And when you talk about reducing administration, let me give you some facts. So the South Dakota system of higher education, in their system office, has 27 people in it, 4 of whom are chief executives, and they handle a total of 26,000 full-time equivalent students over 6 campuses, plus they oversee some private institutions. In this office, there are 184 people, 7 of whom are on the executive level. And we have, I think, a little bit north of 16,000 full-time equivalent students. So again, I just want you to be fair when you're talking about cutting administration. Look at all of administration. And how do we push the dollars closer to the delivery of programs and services with our consumers? That is, our students, our partners, our funding agencies, and so forth. Be fair about that.
Risk.
Oh, and you have some risks there listed on the sheet, and I think, those are self-explanatory. I mean, we have to work really hard and quickly and balance the trade-offs between centralized shared services and what we do uniquely. I think you can probably go over those.
Regent Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellors, in your estimation, say by some miracle money is restored via the legislature, is this the easiest model to reverse any cuts that we've made, any program eliminations, et cetera?
Yes, it would be, because we're not making a drastic structural change. So, yeah.
Regent Harkness.
The local campuses have their own attorneys at this time.
No, we don't.
That's all slack from the statewide.
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily say that we would have our own, but we would have shared services where we had some input into what happens there and what services we receive.
Taking $125,000 a year and hiring a local firm.
Yeah, that's a possibility too, if that seems like it's the best option.
Thank you.
So now we've been asked to go through the proportional cuts.
Can I?
Sorry.
Before you leave
Parker.
that,
David, it's a deal.
Regent Anderson, go ahead.
I'm trying to remain calm. But I'm wondering where this new cooperative, collaborative, I can't remember the word that Chancellor White came up with. Why all of a sudden is this in the forefront? We have, I've been on the board for a number of years, longest serving other than Mary, and we have asked things of the campuses to accomplish, and you can't tell me that this cooperative, this new era of operation is going to turn this around in a matter of a month, that we need to make these changes. This must have been a real, excuse the term, come to Jesus meeting that you guys have had. But, we have tried to get cooperation between the campuses, and it is virtually non-existent. And so I am looking at all of your comments with a pretty jaundiced eye. I just wanted you to know that up front. And as far as more bureaucracy, I have a real hard time thinking that this would be less bureaucracy than a single unit. And haven't we been moving toward and promoting e-delivery and the expansion of that? And I don't understand Chancellor Caulfield's comment about that it would be detrimental to have more e-delivery. Thanks.
Thank you. Chancellor Caulfield.
If I may, just to clarify, I didn't say that it would be detrimental. What I said was there are many students, I believe, who are not well served by online delivery, just as there are many students who take full advantage of it and welcome it and appreciate the access that it's provided. But my concern is if we shift largely towards more online delivery and programs that are based elsewhere, and campuses and students who are simply recipients of online delivery, and that's the bulk of their program, I'm concerned that many of our most vulnerable students, our first generation students, those who are at a distance from our main campuses, will be at risk.
And if I could dovetail on that comment, often what happens is when students first come to us, they are nervous, they're first generation, they're not necessarily perfectly prepared for college level work. But once they get their feet under them and they understand, then they can transfer into online programs. But to think that fully online program from beginning to end is suitable for the majority of our students, it's probably not the case. They need a little bit more direct support in the beginning, at least.
We have been trying to get this seamless transition thing between secondary and post-secondary worked out for 6 years now, and it has never happened.
Regent Parker.
So,
Regent Hargraves.
back to the chancellor's one comment. The first bullet under your benefits, based on a lot of emails that we've received, we've gotten significant number from students, and this is something that's very important to students and that we've heard as we look at whatever path we take. If I'm enrolled in a program in my hometown because I'm working and taking care of my family, I don't want you to move the program away so that I have to go to another campus. So making this so that it is not painful to students is going to be very important. But one of the questions that Dale asked that the chancellors haven't responded to is, why now? Why are you collaborating and cooperating and working together as a team now?
Well, I mean, I'll just, since the microphone's pointing at me. First of all, I mean, I think it's important, and I'll emphasize Kathy's point that as I understand, what we're doing is putting some flesh on the bones of the president's option number 2 is what does that look like? We have a 41% cut, right? Nothing is going to look the same. So, I mean, to me, we sat down and came up with $68 million worth of cuts. $68 million worth of cuts. If that's what we end up getting, that is going to significantly change, and we will not be able to operate business as usual. And so, for me, you know, there is nothing we can. I mean, there is nothing but benefit from collaborating across the system. I mean, I agree. I mean, I've always lean towards entrepreneurism and innovation. So I think that as we sat down and talked about where are areas that are good for competition, and frankly, you know, we've talked a lot about e-learning, and President Gamble said, I want everybody working on e-learning. And everybody started working on e-learning all across the system. I was a faculty at the time, and we incentivized everybody to work on e-learning because President Gamble had identified that as a path for the future. And a lot of stuff sprung up. And right now we have one of the best e-learning programs. We just need to get it out there. So I think there's advantage, and that was a case where everybody was competing, and that is largely consolidated at this point around the few centers that are delivering the most effectively from an e-learning standpoint. So in any event, nothing is going to be the same moving forward, regardless of where the structure goes. Thank you.
Regent Hargraves and then Purdue.
Mr. Chairman, what happens to the university's foundation under your model?
It stays the same because it supports all 3 units.
As a statewide?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And does one campus remain or become a land grant campus, or does land grant still apply to the whole 3 sites?
I mean, UAF is the original land grant institution, and that's where the cooperative extension is. And I mean, I'm assuming that does not, that is kind of what we're talking about, is this is largely from a structural standpoint remaining the same.
Maintaining our separate identities, but working together behind the scenes in a more robust way.
Regent Purdue.
Well, only good can come from that, that's for sure. And that is a good message to hear from you 3. I guess the question I have is, well, Chancellor Sandine, you made a really good comment at the last meeting. You said that in your experience, and I don't want to misquote you, but I think you said, you know, maintain the existing structure and do the reductions, and then study the issue of consolidation. You'd been through a consolidation before. And that appealed to me. That does appeal to me. The thing is, we have this number, 136. I think that's the number. 136. Whether it's 85 and something else or whatever. Right now, today, in law, the university has 136 less. So, you know, I don't think that there's a regent here that wants to change our model precipitously. It's very scary. Accreditation, those issues that were raised in the faculty paper, those are real. I understand that those, I don't understand enough about accreditation that you do, but I know those are real. The only reason we're here is because we don't have enough money. And I think that this house on fire concept is something that we should really grab a hold of. And we as Regents are struggling with that. I can see that. We're really struggling because we want to maintain the good things that we have, our regional identities, our great people that we have, the great staff. So the real question is the question the president asked us earlier, which is, what kind of a hole are we in? Now, maybe help is coming, but at this point, we don't know that. And so this is why these dramatic options are on the table.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I think what we're saying is we realize the house is on fire. And we have, in fact, gone through the exercise the president asked us to do. There are 3 slides here that show how each of the 3 universities would address that in terms of budget reductions. And so to Chancellor Sandine's comment, I think we are all riveted. We're focused on, number one, the house is on fire. The cuts need to be made short of some fire department showing up in the next week or two. And at the same time, going to a single accreditation, we believe, has significant downsides. And so what we're trying to lay out here is our perspective on, number one, how we would address the immediate needs for cuts to address the fire that's in our house, and yet also not throw out the distinctive qualities of the 3 accredited universities, which we believe serve our students well.
If I could add to that briefly, I think one of the things that is different now than in the past is who do we have in leadership positions. And you do have 2 relatively new chancellors and one who's always been collaborative, I think. And our faculty senate leadership and our vice chancellors have been working together. So I do think it is a moment in time where this can work.
Regent O'Neill and then Parker. Actually, could I take, Councilor Hostina, did you have a?
It's not a legal point. It's a consideration. I guess that's relevant here.
Okay, go ahead. Let me go ahead with him and then.
Okay.
So as you downsize an institution and an organization, if you maintain, 3 units in your organization, you are ultimately, inevitably, going to be spreading resource more thinly across those 3 organizations. For example, you have, with 3 universities, you have to have 3 Title IX offices, 3 Title IX coordinators. You must maintain those because you have 3 separately accredited universities, and that's what OCR requires. So as you downsize, the resources that are available for functions like that have to be maintained to maintain 3 units will be constricted and constrained. Ideally, we have superbly functional Title IX offices, coordinators who are thoughtful and exercise impeccable judgment, and investigators who can defend what findings they make. But right now, we will be downsizing the resource potentially available to those 3 offices, and we have to coordinate between all 3 of those offices, and that's why we have a statewide person, because OCR required us to do that. We have a statewide person coordinating and doing quality control for those 3 units. It's one example of the type of issue that you have that is distinctive between one organization and 3 organizations, and that's what I wanted to raise. It is a legal concern for me because we have many compliance concerns that have to be, when you have 3 universities, that have to be effectuated at each university. It's a factor that doesn't require a lot of data to grasp. You either have one function Yeah, and obviously that function is going to be spread over 3 locations or however many locations we have or have to reach out to those locations. But it doesn't have to be replicated in every regard when it's 1 versus 3. Now, that's only one consideration in a very difficult situation that you're in. But it is a legal concern at some level, and it's a compliance concern at some level, you know. Anyway.
Thank you. Regent O'Neill.
Thank you. So we're talking about accreditation, and I know President Johnson, you've been in touch with the accreditation leadership. And I'd just like to hear from your perspective as we consider both these options and the conversation, maybe a little bit more information about some of the conversations that you've had with the accrediting entities.
Well, if you don't mind, Regent O'Neill, I would take that up in the next chapter here when we talk about the single university model and its benefits, risks, what that would look like. And if at all possible, continue to allow Regents to explore with the chancellors here the 3 university model.
And just before we go on, I want to take the pulse of the Regents here. It's 20 minutes to 12 right now. We expect to have the governors, either Mike Barnhill or the governor himself, calling in at noon. So we're going to have a break for that. The way the conversation is going right now, I don't believe that we're going to get to the conversation that President Johnson just indicated, so without going on into the afternoon. So the question is, are we willing to extend the meeting in terms of, so I can plan for how we're going to, break for lunch and break for the president, or the governor, and et cetera. So I guess given the way the conversation went, my sense is that we're willing to extend into the afternoon. Is there anybody that objects strongly to that?
Mr. Chair, so the meeting today was scheduled until 1 o'clock. I would propose as an alternative that we might choose to recess and reconvene at a time defined, but to decide in the midst of our meeting today that we're going to simply continue into the afternoon would be a challenge.
Regent Perdue.
I don't know how much of a challenge it would be for how many Regents, but I would say that the expense of getting here and the fact that I'm here and my flight's not till 5 p.m. I mean, and that we're in an urgent situation, maybe we ought to take a vote on that, on extending till 4 p.m.
Okay, any other comments on that? Regent Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we know if Regent Beretta would be available later to participate in the vote if we move it to 4?
It didn't sound like it, but I don't know.
Maybe we could call and ask.
I'll text her.
The vote was just whether or not we want to extend the meeting.
The vote I'm referring to, of course, is the big one.
Yeah, I don't. That's
I just felt
for later in the meeting.
I think we just need to take that vote.
Okay, let's. So, I'd like to have a vote on whether or not you would like to extend the meeting until 4. Brandy.
Regent Perdue?
Yes.
Regent Garrett?
Yes.
Regent Banya? Yes. Regent O'Neill? Yes. Regent Parker?
Yes.
Regent Hargraves?
Yes.
Regent Beretta? Regent Tuber? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes.
Thank you. Regent Anderson?
No.
I'm sorry, was that yes?
It's a no.
No. Okay.
Regent Hughes?
I have another.
Regent Davies?
Yes.
So we have 9 in favor and 1 opposed.
Okay. So we will continue the meeting past our meeting with the governor or the governor's representative, which is still scheduled at noon. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And lunch is also ready if you want to get protein before then.
Regent Banya.
I wanted to know if I could ask one more question before we adjourn for lunch about the core commitments that you have on your list.
Go ahead.
If we could do that. I was wondering if, when you discussed your core commitments, if you talked about ways that you might increase funding other than depending solely upon the state.
That's been a discussion among all of us for some time, and we are doing that in terms of increased donor support, fees for products and services, and research funding.
I would think with the current situation being what it is, that would be a very important or perhaps a core commitment, because this could only be the beginning of cuts to the university. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, so.
Regent Banya will add it to the list. I think we agree that would be fine. Thank you.
Regent Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the General Counsel's comments regarding Title IX, while we don't know the vision that the President has for one university, if there's going to be one campus, or if we will still have community campuses, campus in Anchorage, campus in Juneau, regarding Title IX, if we have a campus in Anchorage and if we have a campus in Juneau, there will still have to be Title IX people there. While they may report to a consolidated statewide office, there would still be the need to have those people there, because we can't rely on Fairbanks to reach out to Cache when she has an issue, or to reach out to Andy.
I'd like to call the special meeting back to order. And I understand that we have Matt from the governor's office. Matt, are you online? Are you there now?
I am here, yes, with Governor Dunleavy.
Okay, so we would be pleased to offer the floor of this meeting to the governor. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Regents. I'm just going to take a moment. I want to once again thank you for allowing us to speak today. I know that we have Mike Barnhill from OMB that is there as well. That we'll probably go over some concepts and some ideas just for you as the Regents to ponder. What I'd like to say is that the university is an integral part, obviously, of the fabric of the state. As I've mentioned on several occasions, I'm a graduate of the University of Alaska. I've taken courses at every campus. I've been in the state since 1983. I have two daughters that take courses and are in degree programs with the university. And I work very closely with the university as a contractor with the Department of Education out of Juneau, as well as actually worked for the University of Alaska statewide. So I have nothing but the greatest admiration for the university and where it can go. We certainly have a budget problem. We have a fiscal problem. This is no secret to anyone. And the university has been the beneficiary of funding over the years. In some cases, increased funding at pretty good levels. We're living right now, some of us are still living in a belief that we have $85 to $95 barrel oil, which we don't. And this is no secret to most Alaskans. When we look at reports such as the Fisher report, the McTaggart report, the legislature itself over the past several years has been having discussions about how the university can prepare for the day that funding levels would be less than optimal. And those days are here. And so we reduced the budget in the February 15th or 13th budget that we rolled out. And this has caused quite a conversation in the state of Alaska. There's no doubt, and I'm not understating that. It's a conversation that needs to happen. And over the last couple of weeks, we've been in conversation with university officials themselves as to how we can partner to come up with a step-down approach to get the university to where it needs to be funding-wise, but also help the university in this process with time and funding so that the university can adjust to this new funding reality with regard to the state. The game in Juneau for many decades as a result of oil money and has been seeing how much funding we can get for our services and our programs, and that's understandable. I mean, the university needs funding to be able to provide the programs that Alaskans need. One of the other areas that we really haven't focused on and oftentimes don't talk much about are the outcomes. And this is a real opportunity, I think, for the university to have a real look in the mirror, which we all should, all of our systems should, everything we do in government should, as to whether we could do better by faculty, better by researchers, better by the students taking courses at the university for their education. And I don't think there's going to be any disagreement that some of our outcomes could be a lot better. There's no doubt about it. I've talked with folks. I've talked to folks at every level in the university, and everyone agrees to this. And so I'm gonna end up by simply saying that my office has been and will be fully prepared to work with the university on an approach that can get the university focused in a direction that lowers its overhead and increases its outcomes, especially for its students and its faculty engaged in research and in teaching. We're willing to continue these conversations. Bills were passed yesterday that put the budget, the issue of the budget back in my hands. And I'm hoping that over the next few days, as a result of discussions that have occurred over the last 2 weeks, that we can come to an understanding on how we can help, again, the university get to the point where it needs to be in order to be one of the best universities in this country, certainly one of the best universities dealing with Arctic issues and issues of the northern latitudes. I think it's in areas such as science and engineering and some of our other issues we wrestle with internally in the state of Alaska. I think the university can be on the cutting edge of being a partner in solving some of these issues and educating Alaskans. And so, with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity. Again, we stand ready to work with the university so that we come up with a partnership and a plan to get us from point A to point B, and point B being where the outcomes that we all expect any system to deliver where we're focused on those outcomes and also the resources to get us to that eventual outcome. So with that, I want to thank you and I wish you luck. And once again, we do have Mike Barnhill from our Office of Management and Budget. They're available to talk about some possibilities, but I'm hoping that the Regents and the administration accept this offer and we get working together sooner than later, so Alaskans know that we have a university system that we can all be proud of. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Governor Dunleavy. Appreciate your comments. So, Mike, do you want to go over the some of your numbers?
Mr. Chair, my name is Mike Barnhill. I work for the Office of Management and Budget as Policy Director. I've worked for the state for just over 21 years. Just before I get into the meat of what I think will be a brief presentation, I just want to say a few things. First, I've listened to the discussion, or most of the discussion this morning, and I really want to express appreciation to each of the regents. I think this discussion has been excellent. There certainly have been a lot of good and hard thinking. I also want to acknowledge the difficulty of the situation. It is an enviable position that each of you are in as we try to struggle through this. And finally, I want to express, and I mean this sincerely, a respect for your role in the governance of the University of Alaska, and I'll elaborate on that a bit. My purpose here today is primarily to continue a discussion that the governor referenced a moment ago that began 2 weeks ago. In my job at OMB, I've been responsible for the university piece of the budget and are communicating that to the legislature. But 2 weeks ago, my job adjusted somewhat, and I was tasked with reaching out to staff and opening a new discussion over developing an alternative path. It's no secret that we are high-centered in the state over budgetary issues, and the governor expressed a desire to put compromise with respect to the university's budget on the table. I came up to Anchorage 2 weeks ago and met with Myron Dosh and Michelle Rizek and Alicia Kruckenberg, and we started that discussion. My recommendation is that we use this as an opportunity to focus at a more detailed level on cost drivers. Now, in my work as OMB Policy Director, I use cost driver metrics, cost metrics, per unit cost metrics across the board in every context. I did that in preparation of the university's budget for this year, but I thought it would be helpful to do a deeper dive, so I requested information. Information was provided, and I did just a simple cost metric analysis of the information that your staff provided me 2 weeks ago. The document that they provided is a schematic, if you will, of the University of Alaska FY20 budget, and it lists several dozen components organized by MAU and statewide, and it lists all of the funding sources and the expenses for each of those components. One of my theses has been that there are administrative cost drivers. Doesn't sound like that's a secret at all. It sounded like that was discussed frequently over this meeting and past meetings. But the first document that I have for your review today is a summary of the FY20 UA budget document that was provided to me of the overhead cost by component. And it shows the allocation of unrestricted general fund and the total expenses projected for FY20 by each component. That's the first 3 pages of this document, and then I attempted to summarize that on the last page. And what we see is that the university, without a budget cut, would propose to spend $169 million of the UGF allocation on administrative overhead costs. Now, I will hasten to add that President Johnson put some numbers in front of you in his presentation that splits out student services from admin overhead. I did not do that. I combined student services into admin overhead, and I want to make sure that the regents are aware of that. And that a total of $374 million is expected to be spent on administrative overhead costs, which is about 45% of the budget. And those numbers, that percentage, I think, dovetails very closely to President Johnson's numbers this morning.
Excuse me, Senator.
Excuse me, Chair. To those folks that are listening online, that's the second attachment within the board docs presentation, if people would like to reference that as things are being discussed.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
Now, you also see that we've had some discussion about how appropriate is it to include research costs or not include research costs when you're doing comparisons like this. So in the first table, I split those out so you could see the administrative costs associated with research and the administrative costs associated with the Fairbanks campus, not including research. The other thing that I did with respect to these numbers is I took out all of the community campuses. In the document that was provided to me, the community campuses that have traditionally been associated with UAF, UAA, and UAS are bundled together in that document. I moved all of the community campuses into the community campus line. So that is a summary of the structure of this document. Again, as I mentioned, the goal here is to try and come up with a cost metric or per unit cost metric. And the cost metrics that I use are based on full-time equivalent students, and the data that I get for that is from the university. My understanding is that the university uses a total of 17,555 full-time equivalent students. Full-time equivalent students are calculated based on number of credit hours. I further understand that that number may have come down during FY19. I don't know what the current number is. When you take the admin costs as reported in or projected in this budget that was provided to me and divide by the full-time equivalent student, you can break down the numbers by location. And so that's what I've done in the final table. And I will just say what the numbers are. We could have probably hours of conversation as to whether I've fairly accommodated various caveats with respect to different locations, but just based on the numerics of the document that was given to me, the total admin overhead expense per student, this is not UGF, this is total, for Fairbanks plus Fairbanks organized research is over $50,000 per student. For University of Alaska Anchorage, it's just over $20,000 per student. And for University of Alaska Southeast community campuses, it's less than $10,000 per student. Now, in other states, it's absolutely true that community campuses have a lower cost structure, and that appears to be absolutely true here too. What is significant to me is in my quest to find where are the cost drivers within the University of Alaska budget, it appears to show that the cost drivers are in the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Now, there could be a variety of reasons, completely legitimate reasons for why that is, and I don't know that we need to get into that today. But what it says to me in terms of this discussion that we've embarked upon is that if we want to look at reducing costs in a principled way, one path to take is to focus on the administrative costs that are driving costs higher than you would expect. Now, again, I want to just, caveat it by saying I understand there are reasons why Fairbanks should be higher. Utility costs, cost of living, research university. But it opens the opportunity to have a discussion at a more granular level about what can we do to save money in this particular bucket. So based on that information that was provided to me, I prepared what I called a discussion concept document to share back with staff to have the next round of discussions. In conjunction with that, I was authorized to put approximately $40 million add back for FY20 on the table as part of that discussion. Myron and I had a discussion. We agreed that we would continue the discussion. And I see today as an extension of that. I can go through each of the component items on the discussion document. That's the second document that I provided. But I want to emphasize that this was intended to be part of a discussion. It absolutely was not intended to be a dictate or a take it or leave it offer. It was extended. It was extended to the staff so that we could have a discussion and continue that. Now, there were, at the time I prepared it, the information regarding the pro rata approach was coming to my attention. And there were elements of that pro rata approach that were of concern. And I've heard similar concerns expressed by the chancellors today about that particular approach. First of all, it didn't appear, and you wouldn't expect this from a pro rata approach, but it didn't appear that it was focused on getting at root cost drivers in the university budget. And so that was of concern to me. And because it's pro rata, the impact of that would be to reduce spending on and funding for academic programs disproportionately to the cost drivers that you can see in the FY20 budget. I wanted to get that on the table for our discussion. Because it's pro rata, the impact of that would be to reduce spending on and funding for academic programs disproportionately to the cost drivers that you can see in the FY20 budget. I wanted to get that on the table for our discussion.
If it wasn't clear to everyone before your statement, it should be now that that what you proposed here is not a dictate, but perhaps a starting point.
That's correct.
Regent Perdue.
And I'm really happy to hear that too, Mike. I know you have had a lot of experience in complicated state issues, and I appreciate your willingness to sit down further with us in some fashion and work on these numbers. I wanted to address the research issue because you raised it, and I was really happy to hear what the governor said on the phone here today about his understanding of the value of Arctic research and Arctic issues, engineering, et cetera. And you've said in your documents that you believe that we have a great research organization. I think that's what you said. I don't want to but you've said that it's a good effort. There's two pieces of money that are in your list. One is 20 million organized research UAF, and the other is 15 million UA research statewide. And I don't know if we understand what the 15 million is, and then I'll have a follow-up.
So the number equates to 35 million. There is a document that the University of Alaska produces in conjunction with budget documents that rolls all of its expenses up to 3 core services. The first core service is instruction, the second is research, and the third is public service. In the document for FY19, it listed UGF, unrestricted general fund, for research at 37 million. And in the documents for Fairbanks organized research, the unrestricted general fund is just north of 20 million. So I gathered, based on that differential, that, and this may have been a mistake I made, and you can tell me if it's incorrect, but the implication is that research in the rest of the university outside of the Fairbanks Organized Research Unit is $15 to $17 million.
And I think maybe that could be a follow-up with Michelle, because I think she's not clear that that's the case. And I appreciate your openness in looking at that issue. I don't have the numbers myself, but I know that she's not sure that it's what it is. So that's important.
Oh, that's part of having ongoing discussions, is to say, hey, this number is weird. Let's talk about where that number came from.
Yeah. I will say that I had a chance to talk to some of the researchers, and just to give a little bit of what they said, they do not believe that with the cut of the 20 million or whatever it is, that they'll be able to hold on to the 100 million. They're integrated together, and that the state it would be every shred of money that we're getting to support our research endeavor. The need for money to develop proposals that are not federally allowed on the federal structure, the match for labs or whatever the issues are, is critical. And the work that we're talking about, Geophysical Institute of Arctic Biology, the engineering, Northern Engineering Research Labs, things have been in place since 1963. So I would like to invite you to come to Fairbanks and sit down with those researchers, and I know you're busy, but if you could, to really understand what their concerns are.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I would be happy to continue and broaden the discussion to any stakeholder that would like to have input on these important issues. With respect to funding for research, a couple thoughts for your consideration. I believe there is an understanding that state dollars are necessary to provide the match for federal dollars. And it's not clear to me that that is a correct understanding. Mr. Dosh and I had a discussion about that when I was in Anchorage 2 weeks ago. The federal government provides research dollars across the entire spectrum of higher education institutions, including private institutions. And there are many private institutions that are huge recipients of federal funds. They have no state dollars that they match. They use different kinds of dollars to match. And I get the point that these institutions have gigantic endowments. I'm not suggesting that we need to have a gigantic endowment in order to get match money from corporate, private alumni in order to match the federal funds. But it is an opportunity to explore that I don't think has been explored because of this understanding that I don't think is correct, that state dollars, only state dollars are required to match. Secondly, with respect to the leverage that we get when we match, President Johnson has repeatedly stated, and it's in his slides, that you're getting a 6-to-1 return on the federal to state dollars, and I agree. I think that's terrific. If only we got that in Medicaid. In some of the research I've done of other universities, their match rate is higher. Now, can we emulate that overnight? No, we can't. But it does tell me that it's possible to move from 6-to-1 to higher. Michigan State, for instance, based on their annual report from last year, they're matching it at 27-to-1 rate. I'm not saying that to diminish the efforts of the University of Alaska. I'm just saying there are possibilities here that we can explore in order to keep the research unit as intact as possible so that it can deliver the high value services that it does.
I just have one quick follow-up, and that is just pivoting. Because the Fairbanks is a portion of what you were presenting, I feel a need to discuss the issue of debt. And you mentioned utilities. Utilities are twice as expensive at UAF as they are in other parts of the system, 20 million in utilities at UAF. Which if we could eliminate that would be a great savings. The debt issue is huge. So there's a $22 million annual or debt service that UAF is paying, and UAA is paying 5, and UAS is paying 0.7, or the system is for those individuals. And the power plant is 10 million of that. Is there a possibility that a line of inquiry that can open with the state is to address the debt? Because the debt is something that, we've had to invest for an asset. So I'm suggesting that perhaps that's an inquiry that we could discuss in terms of all things on the table. It's a cost driver.
It's a cost driver, and I am aware, Mr. Dosh and the staff made me aware of the debt levels at the respective universities, and I see that it is a cost driver, and it is one of the caveats that I mentioned when comparing on the last page of this administrative cost document when you're comparing Fairbanks to Anchorage. At the end of the day, the costs at UAF appear to be more than double UAA. So it's more than just debt. It's more than just utilities. There are other drivers in there, and I'm not here to tell you what they are or how to deal with them. I'm here to say we'd like to have a discussion about them. As far as your invitation with respect to opening the inquiry to the state helping with the debt, again, in the spirit of discussion and compromise, it's fine to bring ideas to the table and let's talk about them.
Okay. And Johnson, did you want to make any comments?
Did you have me?
I'm sorry.
In the queue.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm so easy.
I did have you in the queue, and I.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, I don't know if I've met you, but I'm Mary Kay Hughes, and I've been on the Regents since 2002. So I've been here quite a while, and I went to school at the University of Alaska. So I'm pleased that you were able to join us today. I have a question with respect to, first of all, I have a comment. It would be perhaps ill-advised, but very important. We need to make sure you understand with respect to your notes, the notes with respect to replacing fees and that sort of thing, that is not something that the Regents, as we go through our exercises, expect to happen anytime soon. As you can well imagine, any type of organizational change will cause many, many, many retirements or terminations. And so in that kind of state atmosphere, those things aren't necessarily going to happen. They may happen eventually, but they aren't going to happen right now. So that's one thing that I noticed when I first received this. My question is, you were listening this morning to the Regents discussion, and we feel as a body that lots of things need to happen, and we think we know how we can do that. And if, hypothetically, the Regents develop a plan, and of course, as you know, we're hoping to have this all before us in September. If we develop a plan that, in effect, address those cost drivers that you not particularly, it's not necessarily the same ones, but address the cost drivers in a way that, in effect, does the similar things. Is it possible? And I'm not negotiating because it's inappropriate, because we do what we do. But would the governor assist in the whatever was 38 million? To help us in 2020? In effect, we're getting to the same place, but perhaps not, certainly not in the same way.
Through the chair, Regent Hughes, absolutely. I mean, if we get to the number and we address the concerns in a fair and principled way, that seems completely reasonable.
You would agree that there would be several ways, perhaps dozens of ways to get to where we need to get.
There are an infinite number of ways to get to the way we need to go. My primary concern that drove the way this document was drafted was the pro rata approach, is, in my opinion. Again, I'm not going to say it was intentionally, but what it does is it preserves high administrative costs by cutting academic costs, and I would recommend that as a way to start.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mike, for being here. I appreciate very much your being here and the willingness and interest of the governor's office in working with us on whether you term it step down, glide path, a multi-year compact. We actually raised that conceptually to the governor and to his staff on January 8th of 2019. And while we, I think, have had good, very good, and much appreciated cooperation from the administration, particularly on our pursuit for our land grant deficit, it's been pretty quiet on these issues until the last couple of weeks. Again, with appreciation that we've begun those conversations. Alongside, through the legislative process, Mike and I had many opportunities to present to House and Senate Finance committees, and I think it was, I think anyway, it was a very respectful process, and I appreciate that. I would say that the result of that entire process was very strong legislative support for the university, resulting in a budget cut, at least the first time around, of just $5 million, and much more recently, $25 million, which compares very favorably to $136 million. Again, very much appreciate the opportunity to work with the administration here as we continue to work with legislative leaders on our pursuit of a reasonable budget. I have a couple of specific points in terms of reduction and how a reduction generates positive outcomes. There is some really interesting and compelling data now available across national data that looks at the impact on enrollment and on outcomes that came as a result of the big state budget cuts to higher education back in the 2008-2009 period. And as you might expect, those cuts had demonstrably negative effects on outcomes. Now, that doesn't say that that'll necessarily be the case here, but it clearly was in those other states. I, too, think that we have tried and will continue to pursue non-state funding for lots of our activities. First ever philanthropic campaign approved by this board and our board at our foundation recently. It's going to be nearly impossible, though, in the very near term, the kind of term that we're talking about here, to replace state funds with private or other sources. I really appreciate the governor's strong statements today and yours in support of the research that we do, oil and gas industry, mining, public safety, fishing, human and animal health, national security, on and on. Very, very important work that we do. And I'm really pleased to hear that you support a giant endowment to support research at the University of Alaska. So we'll take those up in our conversations with you. It's on the record. So I think what really helps again is the willingness of the administration to talk, and I think it also particularly is helpful when the data we all use is not selective, that it actually is put in context so that we can actually see the whole puzzle. And I think that helps everybody as we try to work together toward creating, as the governor indicated today, a very strong university for Alaska. So thanks again. I know you have a challenging role, and that's appreciated. Thank you, Mike.
Regent O'Neill.
Hi, Mike. A quick question on the formula that you used, and maybe you said this and I didn't quite hear, but it's based on full-time student enrollment. Is that correct?
So the full-time equivalent data comes from the university. And so those numbers are compiled by staff, and the formula that they use is based on credit hours.
Credit hours, okay.
And so they do a calculation of how much is a full-time credit hour student, and they take the total number of credit hours, divide by that number, whatever it is, 16 credit hours. I'm not sure what is full-time. And that produces the full-time equivalent.
Okay.
number of students.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify. And then follow-up question, just so I understand the appropriation language that relates to both preserving full funding for the University of Alaska Southeast and the community campuses. To what extent does that language governs the appropriation?
Correct.
But not the university? I'm just trying to understand the boundaries around that from your perspective.
From my perspective, and you can consult with your own lawyers on this, but appropriations are legally enacted lines of expenditure. And so if you want to move money from the University of Alaska Anchorage across an appropriation line to the University of Alaska Southeast, you couldn't do that. And by the same token, extending a cut that has been enacted into law on the university campuses, extending that to the community campuses, I think crosses appropriation lines impermissibly.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Myron?
May I just clarify that, Regent O'Neill, to your question? You can move money, but it's subject to a statute that provides that there be this thing called an RSA, a reimbursable services agreement, which is essentially a contract between the two appropriations, that one appropriation bills for services of the other. So that's the mechanism in which it can be done, but that needs to be approved by the Office of OMB.
Right.
That's the case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Purdue.
Since I love talking appropriations, you mentioned that the two appropriations exist and that the governor diminished the UAA, UAF statewide appropriation, but the legislature did not. So I just wanted to clarify that you were kind of mentioning that this was legislatively designed. They did divide the two appropriations, but they didn't take 85 million or 134 million out of one appropriation. I just want to clarify the difference in standing between the governor and yourself and the legislature.
Through the chair, Purdue, I'm not sure I understand the question. So there are two appropriation items that are enacted into law by the legislature. As President Johnson said, the university campus appropriation was reduced by the legislature by $5 million, and then the governor line item that exact appropriation by an additional $130 million.
That's correct.
The community campus appropriation, again, enacted into law by the legislature with the same number in it that was in it for FY19. Had we had the two appropriation structure in FY19, the governor did not line item that. Mm-hmm. And so that forms the basis of my concern about the pro rata approach that extends a $10 million cut into that appropriation when it wasn't reduced.
I just wanted to clarify that the legislature did not reduce UAA and UAF and statewide, even though they created two appropriations. I just wanted to clarify that.
Except for the $5 million, that's correct.
President Johnson, I think there is a concern about the shared services issue, but President Johnson.
Well, that's exactly right. We've been talking really about the legality and appropriation structure here. There is also a reality that we are an integrated system at this point to some extent. And we've done the calculation where of the $57 million appropriation for UAS and the community campuses, some $12 million really needs to go to pay for costs that are incurred by the two regional universities and the statewide administration. They can't operate on their own with that particular appropriation. So there's a practical concern there that I think needs to be considered as well.
Through the chair, President Johnson, I think your point is fair and a point that can be taken up in our ongoing discussions. And I would say further that, as part of the discussions you're having as a board, you're considering new structures for the university. So there's the one university structure, there's a three university structure. That probably begs the question of appropriation structure as well, which is, again, I think it's a fair topic for inquiry and discussion.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to make a couple comments. I think that the part of the issue that we're dealing with is that I think that the premise that we need to be cut by 135 million is something that some of us disagree with. The university and the community colleges are an economic engine for the state of Alaska. For every state dollar we put in there, it returns to the general economy about 3 times that. So somewhere in the vicinity of $1 billion in the economy. It results from that approximately $300 million appropriation. So that's one thing. But in addition to that, the university is a prime vehicle for people improving their lot in life as well, so that our citizenry can participate fully in the economy and in our state. Over 90% of workforce development is done by the university. The vast majority of college level degrees are conferred at the University of Alaska system, across the system. And on average, this is only on average, isn't true for every single person, obviously, but on average, college-educated people are more satisfied with their jobs and earn more in their lifetime. My next point was going to be about the concern about the proviso language, so I'm going to skip that, given that we've had a little discussion of that. But I'm also troubled by what I consider to be the reckless suggestion that we should zero out state support for research. It was, even if that were an achievable goal, which I don't believe it is, but even if it were, it's certainly not something that we can achieve in 1 or 2 or 5 years. We're not going to run bake sales to run the Seculi Act or something like that. It's just not possible. When you look at the museum, for example, that's also zeroed out, that is an archive of priceless, irreplaceable materials that have been accumulated over probably 75 years in one way or another. To contemplate just closing the doors on that and not maintaining the collections and not allowing researchers from across our state and across the nation, indeed across the world, people who use that collection to advance our understanding of issues about fisheries and issues about climate change and issues about how the biota of our state is changing as a response to climate change. Those are really important issues that the long-term elements of research that are in place need to stay in place. And you can't just, if you just close it down right now, that just disappears as a value overnight. It's easy to destroy it. It took 75 years to create it. So we have to be very careful in our stewardship of that resource that we have here. I just want to say, I want to tell you a quick personal story, which you may or may not be aware of, but in the 80s, I was the first state seismologist, which is a position provided for in statute. In that capacity, I helped create the Alaska Earthquake Center and the Alaska Volcano Observatory. In 1989, Mount Redoubt became very active, and the observatory put state and federal agencies on notice that it was active, and the observatory went on 24/7 alert status, watch status. One Sunday afternoon, the energy levels of the tremors coming from that volcano started increasing dramatically, and Tom Miller at the U.S. Geological Survey here and myself in Fairbanks decided that it was time to evacuate the folks that were at the Cook Inlet Pipeline Company at Drift River. They evacuated that day and the early next morning, and that afternoon the volcano blew up, and there was a flow of mud and ash that came down that Drift River that was equivalent to the volume of the Mississippi River. And it's, I think, a darn good thing that we got those people out of there. So and I don't say this to look at myself. I say it because that's an experience I've had. This type of warning isn't possible without a long-term dedicated support for facilities and research that goes on so we can understand the significance of that type of activity and to have the facilities in place to provide the warning. So I think that we can, at the university here, we've been talking about, and we're going to hear more this afternoon about the efficiencies that we can address. Indeed, I put together a task force, a state task force, to look at ways that we could transition the university. But with all due respect, trying to do that transition in the course of 1 year, anything on the order of $100 million cut in a single year, the analogy was used this morning. It's a house on fire. We don't have time to plan anything. We just got to get stuff out of the fire. And so I think what I would like to do is follow up what the legislature suggested in their legislative intent to us, which was to have us take 6 months or so, develop a multi-year plan, come back to you in December with a multi-year plan for how we get to whatever the right size of the university is. And I think that would be an approach where we would seriously look at those costs. Right? If you look at the proposal that President Johnson's going to outline in the next section of the meeting here, you'll see that it focuses very much on what you talked about. It focuses on reducing administration as much as possible and freeing up support for student services by hands as much as possible. So I think that in that general sense, we're on the same sheet of music, but the speed with which you think that we can move in that regard, I think, is vastly overstated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Davies. First, I'd just like to say I acknowledge and respect your perspective. Unfortunately, in the state of Alaska, we've come to the point, and your consultant, Mr. Fisher, in 2011 said we'd come to this point and it was going to be a really, really tough road for several years. We're there today. And it's incumbent on all recipients of state funds, not just the university, to look at new ways of doing business, cost-effective ways of doing business, new ways of paying for the services. And I am the first to acknowledge valuable services that you have referenced just now to the state of Alaska. I believe in the university context, there is the opportunity, and I'm delighted to hear the discussions that are going on across the university and within this board on trying to look at those administrative overhead cost drivers. That's terrific news. I do believe there's opportunity to look for additional funds elsewhere, and I base that belief on the experience of universities that have gone through this in other states. So I welcome the opportunity for further discussion. If there's one ask, Mr. Chair, as we continue these discussions with staff, I do think it would be helpful to have a representative from the Regents attend those discussions from time to time. I don't have to be there all the time. And I think it would also be helpful to
I'd like to call special meeting back to order. And before we broke for lunch, we were finishing up the presentation by the chancellors. And I think what I'd like to do is take about 5 minutes per chancellor-ish to go back to actually go through the numbers that you have proposed and to take a look at kind of where those numbers are, and if you want to make any comments about how they might be modified. But so could we do that? Who wants to start?
Just elected me, so I'm happy to do it. I'm first in the alphabet, UAA. So.
All right.
This is slide 15, Brandy, I believe. Yes, the president's presentation. It's called current structure proportional cuts. Slide 15, I believe.
Yeah, 16 on the.
Okay, one earlier, 15. Yeah. That's okay. No, you it. That's it. So these are the cuts that we have come up with at UAA. Part of it is revenue. We have some property that we're in negotiations for leasing and other sorts of partnership opportunities. And I think that's also outlined on a slide in the president's presentation. We have some central general fund that we were holding aside for strategic projects. So that's going to be part of our cut. Contract services, travel, and furlough are additional cuts. The biggest would be administrative position reductions. That's throughout the university. Going on Myron's point, we do provide services to our 5 community campuses, and we've calculated the value of those services to be $4 million. So we provide HR, we provide IT, we provide a number of services, and devote staff to serving those campuses. So academic program reductions is listed there as 13.3, but it's a little misleading because of that 13.3, 5.2 million are administrative cuts in the provost's office, so academic affairs. So those would not be courses, programs, or faculty. And then 3.4 million of that 13.3 are reduction in adjunct positions and reassignment of tenure and tenure track faculty away from research and service toward more teaching. And that, as I mentioned, that generates a savings of 3.4 million. So really the balance is 4.7 million that would be actual program eliminations that we would need to identify and then work with the other chancellors on making them coordinated across the system. Then you can see we're proposing additional faculty and staff vacancies that we already have, so we won't be filling those. We're proposing a cut in athletics operation and then facilities maintenance, and that leads us to the $50 million. Now, how this would change, I think, under the consortium model would be that we would collaborate on administrative processes for shared services across the 3 in the consortium model. And then we would also collaborate on academic program reductions so that we made sure that, where we can share and still offer something, we would be able to do that. So that's the concept from UAA. Any questions?
Okay. Are there questions? Regent Hughes.
I'm always, as Myron knows, I'm always concerned about these funds, the lapse funds. Mm-hmm. I've not heard the use of Central General Fund. Is that yours or?
It's UAA funds. So these are general funds that were not allocated to any purpose. We kept them aside for strategic projects that we're not going to be able to go forward with. So that's an additional amount of general fund that can be cut because it's not being used right now for anything.
How much is your total Central General Fund?
How much is our total Central General Fund?
I've never even heard of this before.
It's how much? It's general fund, unallocated general fund dollars in the UAA budget.
Right. So how much is it?
Well, our total general fund allocation is about $120 million.
But this must be different than that, right?
No, it's part of that.
So what you're saying is these are 3.1 million that you didn't utilize in this year.
And some of it would be probably salary savings too, but
last year, last fiscal year. So Myron, I thought this stuff all comes back. I'm confused because I've always understood it came back. and doesn't stay with the institution.
I think here there's a difference between the central general fund and what we call unrestricted or unreserved fund balance, and that's the number I normally report to you. I think what Chancellor Sandine is conveying here is that this is money that they basically didn't have sort of allocating the expenses towards, so they just retain this amount of general fund without any underlying expense towards it.
Okay. So does every campus do that? Is that what UAF does? No? UAF? Okay.
Okay.
So it's handy because now we can cut it without cutting any positions.
Well, it's
or
handy,
programs.
but that I'm not sure that's how we've done it in the past. Oh, thank you.
It was identified to retain for the transition between chancellors, so I could come in and establish some strategic programs. But because of the turmoil in the past academic year, I wasn't able to really initiate much, and now those funds are available to cut.
So would it be fair to say that they're one-time funds, though? Is that right?
No, it's general funds. It's based all
No, but I mean, will you be able to put that same line in there in the next fiscal year?
Well, I won't have to because our budget will be lower. It will be in there because the budget will be lower. Yeah, no, it's not one-time dollars. These are general fund dollars.
I don't get it.
All right. All right, thank you. Any other questions for the Chancellor Sandine? Regent Hargreaves.
If the Board of Regents took no action on your proposal and didn't take action on the President's proposal, just left things as they are, how much of this could you just proceed with and do anyway?
All of it.
You could accomplish all of this.
Yeah, I would like to be able to talk with the other chancellors to do that coordination on some of these budget lines.
One of the things that's bothering me is we're pretty much discussing things that I put in a category of administration. I don't know, as a board of control, what we're doing to pass any of this. It seems like I'm listening to administration rather than policy at this point. So I'm not sure where I'm coming from on this. I just don't feel like it's a policy matter as much as it is administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Okay, go ahead.
I really appreciate you bringing up that point, Regent Hargreaves, because I've sat here and felt the same very thing, that a lot of the things that we're getting and diving into, which probably the times call for, but is really within the overall sphere of the president. And so I think, just as regents, I understand that this is a time where we're digging down and getting more information, but I think that we need to really be thoughtful of what our role is and where we begin and end, and where the president begins and ends as well. So I think that's going to be really important as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. All right. Chancellor White.
I'm happy to go through these if you want, but if the board.
No, I do want. I respect, I think that we do want to stay up at the high level, but on the other hand, that was one of the reasons for this meeting, was to understand whether and to what extent these two proposals could meet the number. And so there is a number that we want to see about, and we want to see if it's a reasonable idea that the consortium model in this case can meet that number, and then we want to hear the same thing from the president. So please proceed.
Okay. The charge that we were given was to prepare a spreadsheet that would cut for UAF $68 million. So in response, from a UAF standpoint, $3 million of that would come from hiring freeze and vacancy holds, and that could be that renewable each year. $3,500,000 reduction in travel, and procurement. We had already asked our units to reduce by 8.5 million, so that's a series of cuts that have already been taken or are already in place, and they cover a wide range of activities. We would reduce facilities maintenance by $4 million. We would reduce 10% of our adjuncts, which would cut down $400,000. Our total academic program budget is around $60 million. It's just less than $60 million. That's all the academic programs. We looked at a reduction across that of 18.4 million. That's not all academics per se, as Chancellor Sandin mentioned. Even costs that are cut in programs and reductions in services include administration. Unallocated organized research reduction of $6 million, recognizing that that would have a significant impact on ability to get new research. Shifting $750,000 from athletics to private support, and there's a number of private support who stepped up to allow for that. Reduced employment contracts, and we've been encouraged by a number of people to go to 37.5-hour work weeks like the rest of the state, whether that would have to be a system level discussion or furloughs, but we think we could reduce $8 million there. We're a people organization, so changes in work week to 37.5 hours makes a big difference. We have already done a lot of shared services, and we would increase our shared services, which just mean that all of the units across the campus are using a common set of people for travel and purchasing and hiring and that sort of thing. That would save $6 million. We looked at some reorganizations and some consolidations to save administrative costs, $500,000. Changes to our dependent spouse and adjunct tuition model, tuition support, that's the tuition waivers, that'd be $500,000. And then we think we can get at least $1.5 million out of just collaboration across the system with UAA and UAS. We also are looking at some new revenues to offset that $68 million sales of non-trust UAF property and sales agreements for power that we would sell to GBEA. And then the part of the president's guidance in preparing these spreadsheets was to cut $68 million, no use of one time, and assume a 10% tuition increase for spring. There's actually an error in the spreadsheet. It says 5% in fall and 10% for spring. What that was supposed to say is 5% decline in enrollment, expecting a 5% decline in enrollment and a 10% tuition increase. We think that's a net revenue of $1.2 million. And then increase in some service and use fees of $750, and that adds up to $68 million. And that's without the use of any. We have a number of facilities that we think we could generate sales revenue. That would be one time though, and so that's not included in here, but could be used in transition.
Okay, thank you. And questions for Chancellor White? Regent Tuber.
Thank you. So my question, Chancellor White, is this, and maybe to the other chancellors as well, is that you had described before your financial presentation that you were directed to identify the cuts associated with the allocation of the overall cut that was attributed to UAF. Is there a conversation that ensued between the chancellors that if you weren't given a prescription that you would allocate cuts differently from the proposed $135 million cut?
Well, I'll respond and the other chancellors can respond. Yeah, I mean, our direction was on Monday to prepare by Thursday how we would distribute $68 million across for UAF, UAF. And then we had a discussion later in the week of flesh out option 2 a little bit more, which led to then the conversation over the weekend. But already, at least we had talked, and in my opinion, we could get $1.5 million just by sharing. I think there's a lot more that a more detailed conversation about these could develop. But that, between last week and today, that has not happened yet. If anybody else had a comment.
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Regent Hargrave.
Mr. Chairman, I would assume that operation and maintenance at each campus is a pretty big item. How do you get those services? Is that contracted, or do we hire personnel to do the various activities in operation and maintenance?
If that's an either or question, Regent Hargraves, the answer is yes. So it's a mixture. We have some of our own people on the campuses who do facility maintenance, and we also contract for specialty work as well. And there's regular review of those contracts to determine what's most cost effective, what's the best service. All of those variables are in play as universities make those decisions.
Did you say which company you have the contract with?
I didn't say which company. We have many contractors for our facilities.
So you don't have a national type contractor taking care of the Anchorage campus, for example?
The Anchorage campus addresses its own procurement for facility maintenance, as does UAF, as does UAS. Now, that is an opportunity, perhaps, for consolidating that procurement. We talked about that extensively during the strategic pathways process to try to get critical mass in some of our purchasing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Chancellor Coffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The task given to UAS was to look at a reduction of $10 million. So what you have, if we could pull that up for the screen. Thank you. On the left-hand side, you see an array of strategies and associated savings from those strategies, and then some notes. And over on the right-hand side, you'll see reference to some one-time funding that would be required, given that we're already in the midst of the FY20 year, and it's an assessment of how we cover those costs. But on the left-hand side, the first two lines focus on academic program consolidation, reduction, and elimination, as well as elimination of staff and admin personnel. In recent years, we have resisted reductions of faculty, and we've had very few faculty reductions, in fact, over the last 4 and 5 years. And instead, more of the reductions have been amongst staff and admin personnel. And in this case, we felt that we were at a point where we would need to go into some of the academic programs. So it would be a matter of coming back to this board with proposals to reduce or eliminate academic programs. We also have included facilities maintenance and renewal and renovation monies, some reductions in anticipated Alaska College of Education initiatives. We had set aside some money for the 1% salary compensation for staff, and our understanding is that that's not going forward, and that would be included into our reduction. Reductions for Juneau-based utilities, IT, R&R, marketing, and then shifting tuition waiver funding from tuition dollars, which currently fund those, putting those into other student services, and then using UFB as a means of funding tuition waivers for students. Some other replacing facilities general fund with the facilities fee. And then there's reference to deallocation of centrally pooled GF. You may recall that we have been moving towards the construction of the Auk Bay facility, which has been discussed by this board on multiple occasions. It's our sense that under these budget circumstances, that's a project we would not be able to pursue. And so we would take some of the funds that have been set aside centrally with the intent to use them on that project would be used to fill the gap that we're talking about here. There's reference to a deallocation of benefit savings, and we had set those aside because we were uncertain about where the tuition funds for the 25% reduction of career and technical education classes would come from. Those monies that had been set aside would be allocated to this purpose. And then there would be an additional undesignated 7% reduction to Juneau campus budgets, academic, student services, facilities, and so forth, and an undesignated reduction yet to be determined, the components of that, to both our Sitka and Ketchikan campuses. And so together, that adds up to the $10 million amount. The one other thing I'll note is we did build this FY20 budget based on flat credit hour production originally, but taking all the circumstances into account, we've modeled this based upon a 10% reduction overall in student credit hours. Currently, our numbers are up by 2.5%, but we think the net impact of that would be about $415,000 in tuition monies. The president did ask that we build in the possibility of a 10% increase in tuition for spring semester 2020, so that is built into our modeling here. So happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? I think you made it pretty clear.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that presentation. So we're going to segue now to President Johnson and the
well, thanks.
Well,
before we do that, for those of you who are not sufficiently depressed, to add to it just a little bit, the statewide MAU, we received a proportional target of $8 million. That's despite the fact that over the last 5 years, our reduction has been double the average across the university system. You've heard reference to that cost allocation of the community campuses and UAS from that appropriation, so that's $4 million. There are roughly 16, I'm looking at Myron, ballpark, vacant positions. Those would be held vacant. And then we would need to find $2.4 million in people, personnel reduction. And where those would come from obviously would depend upon the decisions that are made about structure. At this point, it's TBD in terms of where in statewide administration those positions would be reduced. I think moving now on to a discussion of the single university accreditation model. Let's see that I assume we've spent enough time. This was the slide the chancellor's presented earlier today. Very, very simple picture of what we envision a single university model to look like. I think it's critically important to emphasize multiple locations. This would not be in Anchorage, in Fairbanks, in Southeast, or in Talkeetna. It would be in all of those places. That would be the idea, to use technology and people to provide academic programs and other services based on enrollments and based on where those people are, where the demand actually is. So there would absolutely be faculty and staff providing academic programs and student services wherever there were a sufficient number of students to warrant that, and then where there aren't, we would rely increasingly on online technology. So again, one university, multiple locations. While this challenge is something that nobody wanted here, it is, I think, an opportunity to rethink how we organize the university. I think we're able to direct more resources, a larger share of our scarce resources to academics and student services while reducing and simplifying administration. I think it also has the benefit of increasing critical mass of faculty and staff across the system. I think we have quite a few small academic departments, and if we are able to bring them together, I think we have more critical mass there. And that's the same with staff. And I think also this builds on the constitutional and legal foundation of a single university, a single employer, a single legal entity. Instead of multiple colleges for each major field, as you'll see in a moment, we're looking at a single college that would be distributed. I am aware of universities, say business schools, for example. Some of the premier business schools in the country, if not the world, have campuses, one dean, 3,500 miles from each other. So it is certainly possible. to accomplish and provide superb quality education. We would be looking to work with the faculty and work with staff and student governance groups to develop common curricula. That really is the province of our faculty. Common calendars, common course blocks, billing, transcripts, applications, and other processes, again, to try to bring down cost and invest in a student experience that is consistent, because a very large percentage of our students take courses from more than one university at a time, and also very high quality, rather than 3 separate different systems for many of these items. I also envision our research institutes with system-wide scope. Now our major research institutes are at the Fairbanks campus with limited opportunities, with some exceptions. We do have some inter-university research partnerships, but I think there are real opportunities to expand those so that those research institutes are more open to faculty participation from the other universities. And we would look at service units being similarly organized. And then we've already talked about this, several examples of multi-campus universities with a single accreditation.
Quick question from Regent Purdue.
Question. If we did that, would we be able to have PhD students across the system?
A program would be available to students wherever they are, assuming they could do their coursework, whether it's a combination of face-to-face or online, yes. We do a little bit of that now, not very much, and I think it would be really an exciting opportunity to increase that. Here are the benefits and the risks of a single accreditation. I don't want to go through the details here, but emphasize reducing duplicative administration and focusing resources on our mission, on what we've talked about here today. It really is an opportunity, I think, to work with the faculty on developing the best curriculum and a common one that our students would enjoy. This received preliminary support from the task force. It wasn't a binding vote, but it certainly was at the end of their one-day meeting. Admittedly, a very high-level review of the issues. It did receive their preference after that meeting. I think, again, it increases opportunities for university-wide faculty collaboration in research administration and in education. Actually, this is an area where we see lots of collaboration. I found that through the strategic pathways process, that at the level of faculty and at the level of students, there's a tremendous amount of collaboration. And of course, this is consistent with legislative intent. There's some misunderstandings about the origin of this legislative intent that I think it's important to clarify. The sponsor of this language in the original form directed the university to implement a single accreditation structure. We found out about that through a friend in the legislature, and we were able to modify it so that it respected the appropriate authority of this board, so that it was simply consideration of this rather than a direction to the board. There are some risks we've talked about those, and one specifically is the accreditation, institutional accreditation process. To your question earlier in the day, Regent O'Neill, we have been in regular communication with the Northwest Commission. They read the papers, they see what's going on here, and they have expressed strong support for whatever approach we like to take. They have insisted upon, correctly, I think, in their view, and it's absolutely consistent with our view, that the impacts on students would need to be mitigated as much as possible. There would need to be actually a student by student by student by student plan to teach out and transition those students. And so that is repeatedly their priority. Clearly, that's our priority. They indicated that they would be willing to expedite the review processes to a matter of months to accommodate the changes that we would propose. Certainly, it would be a rigorous process. I would say that the current administration of the Commission is much more willing to collaborate with us on this than the previous administration was. The campuses have raised the issue, and I agree with them in terms of the possible loss of differentiation among the locations. As I indicated in my opening remarks this morning, for many years I've been a strong supporter of different missions at each one of our universities. And so I think that's something that we'll need to really focus on and make sure that there's still a local connection and a local presence wherever the University of Alaska at fill in the blank is operating. And I think we will definitely need to make sure that we're staying in close touch with our communities across the state. Not every decision will need to be made in a particular building in a particular city. And I think, again, here we'll need to be very intentional about that connection to local communities and leaders and employers especially. So we took the numbers that you've already seen from the universities and we rolled them up. And we also rolled in statewide numbers here. And this bar chart compares current the one accreditation model with the three university model, and the totals here. The far left bar here is last year's budget. The next one is the single accreditation budget as a percentage. That's really important here. That axis on the left there is not dollar magnitude, it's percentage. So it really is looking at the share of whatever the budget is goes to this particular activity area. And so there with academics, you see that the highest share of resources going into academics would be the single accreditation model. Similarly with student services, research is a little less than the three university model. Public service is also a little bit less, but I think another important one, in addition to the higher share going into academics and student services, a considerably lower amount is going into administration and operations.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
If I could, to the president on this slide. It's going to take a number of years to go from what we have today to a single university, should that be the wishes of the board. At what point in time, how many years from now, do we see these savings? This won't turn around, this won't be FY21.
Regent Parker, we have no choice but to make reductions this year. The question is how we make these reductions. Do we make them in using this model? And so we are making decisions, and I'll show you some examples here in just a moment. Do we make them using this model, or do we make them using the model using our current structure? The money must be saved, period.
The money must be saved, but there's going to be a lot of administrative cost associated with going with one university. It's not something that you can just turnkey and you got one university. There will be a lot of administrative cost, both in terms of the accreditation for the university and then the accreditation for the 9 colleges. So, and where's the money coming from to absorb that cost to do this? You know, we don't have a little savings account or a permanent fund that we can draw from to do that. So is it coming from operations? Is it coming from academic? It will cost time and money.
That is true. And that's why, and so you're highlighting something that I think is important to keep in mind, going back to the house is burning metaphor. This $136 million goal is conservative, right? There will be transition issues, no question about that. In addition, because we're already a month or 8.5% into the year, we will have a larger cut that's compounding as a result of the timing of the situation. Plus, of course, we can't precisely predict, but there's no question that we will have a negative effect on enrollment and the tuition that comes from that and other revenue sources. So in terms of the actual accreditation moves, as the officers at the Northwest Commission have communicated to us, their suggestion is not that we reinvent and redo, come up with new accreditations out of whole cloth, but that we essentially use one of our current institutional accreditations as the framework for the new university accreditation, and then go through what I think Chancellor Sandeen mentioned earlier today, the substantive change process to maintain that accreditation. So again, we're not reinventing, renewing something. And then over the long term, instead of 3 time-consuming, important accreditation processes for institutions, instead of assuming that every one of our colleges and schools has a programmatic accreditation, which is not exactly correct, but it's reasonable. We would move from 3 institutional accreditations to 1, and we would move from 17 program accreditations to 9. Again, there's more detail when it comes to the program accreditation side, but I think it makes the point that moving to a single institutional accreditation and to a single college model saves a lot of time and a lot of money in both institutional and program accreditation.
If I might follow up. So a couple of years ago, former Chancellor Thomas prepared a report that looked at, should we have a single university? Should we look at changing? And so this was something we addressed 3 years ago. The recommendation from former Chancellor Thomas was that we stay with what we have, because over time, this saves us money. It would be expensive to go with one university. Other than a loss of money, a decline in student enrollment, what's changed that the recommendation from Chancellor Thomas today is wrong?
I think Chancellor Thomas identified risks of that. Of our consideration at that time. I'd say there are 2 really big things that have changed since then. One, our house was not on fire then, so we weren't forced to look as seriously at making major structural changes. And the second thing that is very real is something I mentioned just a moment ago, and that is the change in perspective, which in some degree relates to the severity and the suddenness of the state funding cut, the very real change in attitude among the leaders at the Northwest Commission.
Every year since I've been on the Board of Regents, we have had budget reductions and had to deal with these issues. So the risks haven't changed from what Chancellor Thomas identified. They've gotten more severe, and my concern with one university is it's going to take us time, it's going to take away money from the academic programs as we put money into the administration to put together one university. And in the slides that we have, I didn't see anything with respect to athletic programs, what happens to the athletic programs, and the accreditation that we have.
What we do with athletic programs would be something that we would work with our chancellors and with the communities on. You may recall from the strategic pathways process that we looked at a number of options for our athletic programs, including a consortium approach, where instead of 21 teams and 2 athletic programs, we would have one athletic program with the minimum NCAA 10 team. So that would certainly be something that we could look at as we build this process. And I would suggest that while the $25 million cut, which is the biggest one that we received prior to this year, those are very serious cuts, no question about it. But $136 million is more than 5 times that. So pretty big in magnitude difference. So moving forward at a high level, the graphic that I just shared with you is simply a representation of these numbers. So I don't know that I need to spend time here. I think you got the point from the previous slide. Well, what if we were to, go ahead, sorry.
If we know that the governor is talking about a step-down approach, and let's say that what he's put on the table is the 85 million, there's still the same amount over 2 fiscal years. Roughly the same amount, isn't it? Or is it less? I mean, is it the same? Is it 136 basically?
Yeah. Close.
What's my question in my mind? The question about your number of 136 that you're building this on, and you mentioned that it doesn't have the delta for loss of enrollment or loss of federal dollars, that kind of thing. Would you advise us to continue on with assuming that we're going to need to save 136 in 1 fiscal year?
As Mr. Barnhill indicated, that is today the law. We really appreciate the great work of our legislature to try to claw back some of that. And so that's that's a good thing. But I don't know this. I'm speculating, so it's risky to do this speculation. But I think the numbers that were presented to you and presented by Mr. Barnhill today may foreshadow numbers that result from the governor's consideration of our budget. And if that were to be the case, I think that's not a bad assumption at this point. If that were to be the case, then I would be bringing to you the same options for your consideration. That is still a huge number, more than 3 times the biggest budget cut we've taken over the last 6 years.
Over outcomes is specific to the value of the credit hour, or if it's otherwise identified?
Through the chair, Regent Tuber, I think the concern over outcomes goes to a point that President Johnson made this morning, and that is retention rate, graduation rate are relatively low in comparison to the university's peers. I completely acknowledge the point that there can be amazing successes even with somebody that graduates 10, 15 years after entering college. But in aggregate, there is a concern about state spending money and students dropping, and that drop rate is higher than it would be, higher than some median drop rate at state universities elsewhere. So, I think there's a valid concern about retention and how that impacts state dollars that don't ultimately lead to some value-added education or degree for the student. I guess I would suggest, I love this conversation, Chair Davies. It does seem like it leads directly into having, more informal discussions like we started 2 weeks ago with staff, bring in Regent Hughes' committee into that discussion, and just absolutely be thrilled to participate in that.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you clarifying that. Regent Hargreaves.
I get a question in before you leave. He doesn't want my question. I didn't get this in this morning earlier, but I wanted to say to you that the 2-year glide path for this is fine to a certain extent. And this doesn't reflect the Board of Regents, to my knowledge, but I had hoped personally that we could see a 3-year. I think that administratively they could handle a 3-year without being so devastating to existing students and professional staff. I just wanted to pass that on to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Regent Perdue.
Sorry, Mike. And I think that the challenge here is the duty that we have to the students. So we really are concentrating if we're using a fiscal year approach, we're concentrating our reductions in a 6-month period because of the June 30 hard stop. And, in doing a lot of systems change that I worked in the state government, at least we had the opportunity to use some supplementals or some capital money, some bridging, that kind of thing. And here it's the bus is driving and we're taking the wheels off right at the same time. And so the challenge, the numbers are huge, and I think they're too huge. I don't want to misunderstand that. But in terms of the way that the fiscal year works, we are having to concentrate incredible reductions. So it's probably I don't know if you knew that, but that I felt that you needed to hear that.
Thank you.
Okay. Regent Mania.
I can't help but wonder if the glide path, so to speak, is extended, how that might have a negative effect on student enrollment. If this is taken care of immediately, then students or future students would know what's to come. But if there's more to come next year and the year after that, I would think that it would have a negative effect on student enrollment. I mean, unless you can change my mind, I can't help but think it's better to take care of this business sooner rather than later.
Regent Dewar.
To Regent Bania, I wouldn't propose that we leave any uncertainty. I would suggest that if there's an opportunity for, whether we call it negotiation or reconciled positions, that we know where we're going to be, but we simply extend the period of time that the reductions are applied. Because I think what we've heard, whether it's from the chancellors or from the administration and the president, that the extraordinary impact is going to be unfathomable. We don't have the ability to create a transition that's healthy. And in the absence of a number that we can apply in a prudent manner, working out something with OMB or the administration on how it is that we would take the number that at best or at worst is the ultimate general fund appropriation, whether it's applied this year or next year. I think that I don't think that there's any dispute that having more time to be able to apply in a prudent manner. If folks are going to be looking for jobs, does that mean over the course of the next 12 days or the next 12 months? I think that that's going to be an important service that the Regents, if we can negotiate a term that's more acceptable, we owe it to both our students and to our employees across the university system.
I understand your point. At the same time, I think that there very well could be an unforeseen consequence in that if a prospective student sees that, okay, this year we cut X number of dollars and next year it's X plus Y, and they weren't sure what was going to be here, then they might very well consider attending somewhere else.
I think that would be our charge, Mr. Chair. With your indulgence, I think that would be our charge to define precisely what it is what the university is going to look like. But it's going to be upon us to take the numbers that we're going to be provided and apply them so that there isn't any uncertainty. In fact, there's more certainty because at this point we're scrambling, trying to understand where the cuts can occur, and we don't know. The chancellors are doing their best. The administration certainly doing its best, but we're severing limbs without any without the benefit of understanding what is and isn't reasonably excised. I understand where you're coming from. I take the position that if a reduction in force is going to occur, giving people notice is the appropriate approach for that, rather than telling them, here's your pink slip and you're no longer employed, or your program that you've enrolled in is no longer available.
Regent Garrett.
The students are already experiencing negative impact and considering where to go. We're doing everything we can to convince them to stay, of course, and the main concern is with accreditation if we go to the single institution model. Graduate students that are a year and a half away from their dissertation want to know if they've invested 8 years for nothing.
I have a couple of process questions.
Sure.
So in leaving today and giving the president direction around the structure, it can be an and solution, not an or. That's what I'm hearing around the table. And my question is I do think we need to deeply explore the one university structure and want to give Jim the means that he needs so that he can engage our accrediting bodies. Because it seems to me that when I read the motion, it says preparing to transition to a single institutional accreditation over the 2019-2020 academic year. So there is a process that we need to put in place. And from what I hear from Jim, that we need the chancellors working together to find the sweet spots of collaboration, the reductions, and then working together to figure out how do we transition into this potential single university. So I don't think it's it's an either or. I think what you said, Andy, is this could be an and, right? Is where we continue to move forward, but give Jim the means that he needs so that he can deeply engage in looking at what the single university looks like as we prepare for our September meeting. Keeping in mind our strategic priorities and our values that we talked about to guide the president in doing so. But I want to be clear here, as Mary said, I understand that this is an unprecedented time, but I see that we have one employee that works for us on this board, and that's Jim Johnson. And I think that it's extremely important that we take up his recommendation and move forward, giving him parameters so that we can continue to do the work and look at the whole picture.
Regent Tuber.
Getting all my talking in for the year. Thank you, Gloria. Yeah, it's my pleasure. So here's where I'm challenged, is that it seems to me we have an opportunity upon us, and I'm not certain whether this is accurate or not, but I would say it appears that we have an opportunity where the numbers that are identified on page 14 could be modified with a $40 million add, which means UAS and UAA, and I'm just choosing randomly, but it seems to me that with the governor's attention on research, that with some negotiation, it seems to me that there could be a restoration of $40 million, which would substantially lessen the hit for at least two of our MAUs. At least two, right? Perhaps all three, but at least two, and statewide. And that provided we execute the same plan that would be proposed, whether it's the plan that would be endorsed by the chancellors or the plan that's being endorsed by the president, and I'm disappointed that they're not reconciled, but suffice it to say that regardless of the plan, that we are simply extending the execution period rather than confining it to the narrow space that we have right before us, right? That we are giving ourselves the opportunity. It's not an ideal plan, but it's one that's superior to the one that we're confronted by. We're adding $40 million in, and we're giving ourselves an extended period of time for execution. And I can't see why we wouldn't choose that option.
My question around that is, if we have that 40 million added back in, and with the time that's lapsed in this fiscal year, what is our burn rate and when do we have to make these decisions? So I think that they're all valid points, but how do we get that information quickly so we can move forward?
You mean the information about our burn rate?
Well, I understand what our burn rate is currently, but what I'm saying is if the 40 million were to come back in, taking Andy's comments into consideration, how much time does that give us as we deeply research and review the options before us, or maybe it's a consolidation of both options?
I think I'm speculating here, but I think instead of running out of cash in February, we run out of cash in April.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, Regent Hughes.
I may have misunderstood. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have misunderstood, but I thought in my question to Mike that the governor was going to look at what the Regents accomplished and decide whether that 40 million would be given back to us. I mean, it's not like we can just sit. Mike's right there. We can. We have a plan. The president has a recommendation, and within that recommendation, we need to flesh out what a single university with the help of the accreditation people would look like. And that's where we have, 6 weeks to do that. And that's not very long. And meanwhile, the governor, we still have the governor at play and the legislature, of course. And so we don't really know where we're going to be, when we're going to be there. But we don't know what we don't know. So in other words, we have to make our decision irrespective of the universe, because if the universe all of a sudden gives us a huge gift, great. Then, then we will have done the work we need to do. And then we have, and perhaps it would only cover our melt rate or burn rate. I mean, I'm very concerned because I'm not so sure that the addition of the 40 million is something that doesn't come without a Regent determination with respect to the what did Mike call them, the root cost drivers. That's a financial term. Root cost driver. So I guess that's why I think we need to continue our work and to go forward. And Andy, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I appreciate the opportunity to have Mike here and for us to discuss all ideas.
Chancellor White.
Thanks. I think in this conversation of accreditation, of course, UAS just had their accreditation visit in April. UAA had theirs last year. Ours is in September. And I think that accreditors, who I'm sure are listening, need to know, this has been a year's worth of work in preparing that. They have been scheduled for months. They have already in the process of reviewing all of our documents. They need to know what kind of accreditation review they're doing. And I think that if there's a discussion of, they're going to call after this meeting and say, who are we sending to UAF in September? It's a totally different group. If there's one accreditation on the horizon than it is if they're actually reviewing our accreditation documents. And so I think that's a consideration to take. And thank you.
Mm-hmm. Regent Parker.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion. So we have a motion on the floor that the Board of Regents directs the president to work in conjunction with the chancellors and their administration, Faculty Alliance, Staff Student Alliance on the 3 consortium model, and that we continue to consider at some point in the future a plan to transition from 3 separate to a single university. That's my motion. And if I get a second, I'll talk more to it.
Second.
As Chancellor White just pointed out, the accreditors are coming to UAF in September. They're looking for direction. Based on comments that have been made today, I don't see where in 1 year we have the people, the time, or the money to accredit a single university and 9 colleges without putting our students, our staff, and our faculty at risk. Over the last 6 months, there's been an equal amount of stress from students and staff and faculty as we've looked at a path forward. And there is concern about one university. And as we move forward, if we decide that one university is our only option at this time, I think that creates more uncertainty. And as I said earlier, I believe it takes away money from our academic programs and our students to administer trying to put together one university with 9 colleges under it. So that is my motion, and I think if we move forward with the UA consortium model, we will be able to meet the needs. We'll be able to live within the budget, even though it is going to be hard for everybody, and everybody will be impacted. The chancellors and their staff and the list of people that worked on this, they have the knowledge, they have the expertise, they have the students, staff, and faculty in mind as we move forward. So, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
The majority of the emails that the regents have received advocate for the 3 university model. If we can, as I said earlier, we'll know our operating baseline in a few months' time, at which point we can then reconsider if we are ready to move to a 1 university. I think we need to get through this accreditation at UAF so that we have 3 accredited universities before we move forward into a single accredited institution model.
Regent Anderson.
They may have the expertise and the ideas. They don't have the money. We have to look at the burn rate of the dollars that are going out the door every single month, and we are playing Russian roulette by not moving on this quickly. And at this meeting, as far as I'm concerned, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the state of Alaska and to the university to make sure that we have money to run this college or this university. And if we're going to be out of money in April, we don't have a college to wait till September. That's the house that's on fire. I think we have kicked this around for so long, and I just think the chickens are coming back to roost. As far as agreements between people that are running the 3 universities, there's undue competition between the 3. And I just don't see this Kumbaya song that we're going to sing around the campfire that is going to resolve this issue. We are going to cut $135 million, whether over 1 year or 2 years. We're going to see that cut. But like I said, I think we're just playing Russian roulette going down this track.
Regent Perdue.
I don't know what the consortium model is. I do know what we have today, and I'm understanding that the chancellors are saying they can, particularly in the academic areas, do more collaboration. I think if we adopt some consortium model, I don't know what direction that gives our president. I could, if you look at Mary's amendment or thing, it really had a stepped approach. And one thing that we could consider is giving the president, actually maybe he already has the authority, but acknowledging he has the authority to reduce administrative costs now. He has the, as Regent Hargrave says, he has the authority to manage the university, as long as he's not eliminating academic programs. So, in relation to the burn rate, that could be a valuable tool if we're clear to the president that he has the authority to do that. I don't see how the campuses themselves can put together like mutual travel or, consolidating of administrative stuff. That's kind of wasteful to do it that way as opposed to in a centralized way. He has proposed a plan for September. He has not proposed to execute. He has proposed a plan for September in our documents. And we could ask him to slow down on that, and then we could have a special meeting, soon after September 17th, but we couldn't wait too much longer. And then I think what he's asking for is to prepare a plan for a single university, not to implement a single university. And we can say when that needs to be, and he can come and report to us that he's got more time because we've got more money. Because we would all love that, including the president. So I guess I would say, Lisa, that if we could amend your motion, and I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
There's a motion on the table.
I'm asking her if she could amend her motion. Well, maybe we could just vote on the motion.
Just call the question.
We'll just call the question. I don't want to call the question. Actually, somebody else might have a thought.
So I've got Regent Garrett.
No, I'm going to go. I want to go after you. You went after. Thank you,
I've
Chair.
got Regent Garrett first, and then whichever one of you wants to talk.
Thank you, Chair Davies. With all due respect, the Russian roulette that we are playing is with the earth and climate, and you're going to hear me say that for 2 years until you believe it. The direction, it should be a center in all of our conversations, and it's not, but it will be soon enough. As Regent O'Neill pointed out, the directive of the president would be to work with the chancellors, and they've indicated that they're ready to start acting tomorrow. So the cuts are going to happen. The reductions are going to happen no matter what.
Regent O'Neill. Regent Tuber.
So I support the motion. I support the motion because I understand it to be one where we're giving the opportunity to chancellors who have had a task delegated to them to evaluate how it is they would implement a reduction. They've come back, and as I understand it today, that they have advised us that they can accommodate the manifestation of the reductions. And what's more is I understand that there's an opportunity before us that we could potentially see a reduction to the impact that we might experience in this first year, if not something that has yet to be determined. What I don't want to see and what I don't think is prudent is for us to foreclose the opportunity for continuation of accreditation for each of the 3 MAUs where we can't recover in the event that there's an opportunity before us. And it's not meant with any disrespect to President Johnson, because I know that, and I say this with all sincerity, I know that he eats, breathes, and sleeps this university. And so what I think the directive that the Board of Regents had given him at our last meeting was to please prepare a couple of options for the Board of Regents to consider, and he has done so, and he's brought back recommendations. And I think his highest form of recommendation might be that he's delegated to the chancellors a presentation to the regents that allows us to consider whether or not we're going to migrate from 3 to 1 or maintain a 3 to 3 until such time as a 3 to 1 makes more sense.
President Johnson, can you address the accreditation issue?
What aspect of the accreditation issue?
So the concern that Chancellor White raised, and how under the
visit, the accreditation.
Yeah, and how we would move forward into a single accreditation circumstance, and what the game plan would be for dealing with that.
Well, that's what my team and I were scheduled to speak with the president of the Northwest Commission on at 4:30 today. Was to, depending upon the decision made by this board, we would then be charting out the course. What would the process be? What would the schedule be? What steps would need to be taken in order to accomplish it? And again, not inventing a new accreditation, but it would be basically using one of the existing accreditations as the scaffold, the basis for a substantive change and an accreditation for the entire system. This is going to take months. There's no question about that. I think Chancellor White raises a good question here. It wouldn't be, I mean, clearly we have full institutional accreditation for UAA and UAS. There is a question, though, and the Chancellor has raised this with me, and he's also talked directly with the Commission about the status of his own institutional accreditation. So as I think the Chancellor indicated, and I suspect it's true, the accreditors are listening in or watching this meeting today. They've paid very, very close attention. In fact, what's happening here at the university has been a focus of attention in the entire national higher education community. If you look at the number of front page articles on in the Chronicle of Higher Education and other national media, it's being watched. So I can't lay out exactly what that timeline would be until I know the direction of this board. And again, I do know, however, that they will work with us and that there is a path forward here that would be expeditious. And I don't think that it would involve the huge amount of time and resources that that some of us are talking about. I don't believe that's the case. There are also programmatic accreditation issues as well. You know, if we're going to combine, let's say, our schools of engineering, which one? You know, what does that look like? We did present a real prototype of a consolidation, and what the upside of that consolidation would be, what the numbers would, you know, the costs that would come out as a result of a consolidation of one of our colleges. And so I think actually it's a really good prototype. We've provided an academic prototype and also an administrative prototype for how to look at combining a couple of units and then reducing the cost in those units in a way that maintains the academic programs and student access to those degrees. So this is the kind of thinking. It's, I believe, on slide 32 of your package. This is exactly the kind of thinking that if you gave us direction today, then we would.
He's got it, Ken.
This is the kind of analysis that we would do in other academic areas, and then start identifying real costs that could come out effective January 1st That's when we need to, we've sort of given the fall semester a pass academically in order to maintain our students' programs. But with even an $80 million, $90 million cut, we've got to move out and make sure that we're starting to save serious money January 1, which means that we have to have notice to people by the end of October, which means we need to have made decisions about who's staying, who's not, by probably early October, which means that we need to make programmatic decisions at this board by, early September, early mid-September.
Regent
You, Chair Davies.
Garrett, and then
President Johnson, I've seen your one model institution from the beginning of my time on the board, which wasn't that long ago, and it's beautiful. It's pretty on paper, and it's absolutely worth implementing. The people aren't ready. They're not ready. The students, the staff, and the faculty don't want it. The chancellors can start fundraising immediately, and all we need is dollars. That's what we need right now to get us through. Yeah. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people who communicate to me.
I have one more thing to say as well.
And say that they don't feel like they can communicate their views. There are people in this room who hold those views. It's not a disprovable hypothesis, so I'm not going to assert it strongly. But there are a lot of voices out there across the university system who are sick and tired of the current structure and are looking forward to something that is going to be more viable for the long term.
I had one more thing to say. If we want to move forward with a one institution that's accredited under one of our current institutions, really it should be UAF, our flagship institution, which isn't accredited until September. I think moving to the one university should happen after that, if at all.
Regent O'Neill.
So there's a lot of tension in this conversation. I think there's tension between, the unknown, the real fear around the unknown. And when we engaged in this conversation a couple of weeks ago, I pulled the meaning of fear and then the meaning of discernment. And I keep going back to our fiduciary duty as a regent. And what I'm trying to pull up in my heart, because I really care about this institution and all the people and our students who will be impacted. But being appointed and confirmed to be on this board is I have a duty to the institution. And really trying to create boundary around the emotion and think about what's in front of us and trying to get, as Andy was talking about, the good information. So I cannot in good faith and in my discernment at this point vote for this motion. I can, if we could try to figure out how to ensure that we don't clip our president's wings, to ensure that he has the authority to move forward. And if we're going to do a consolidation where we work with where chancellors work with the university, we don't work with the chancellors. The chancellors work with, the university president to reduce costs. And we say to Jim, please continue to move forward to look at this single university system. I'd feel like I could walk out of this room and knowing that at least I did my job today based on the burn rate on a daily basis, based upon where we stand with our budget, based upon what we heard from the governor's office. And hear me when I say this, I want to make sure that it's just clear that we at all, that we keep all of the academic programs intact that we can keep intact in supporting our students. And so it seems and it feels that there's a fight in administration right now that we're trying to deal with, and we can't be referees of that. We can't. And we have a duty to this institution, a duty to our students to do what's right and have good discernment. And so I'm hopeful that maybe the maker of the motion, because I'm not even sure what the motion says, but if we could add the support to the president on the single university, that would fit the conversation that we're having within our values.
Or, pardon me, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, or what we could do is start over.
Can you talk into your mic so I can hear you?
Rather than amend Lisa's motion, we could start over.
I'm not sure what the motion says, so Lisa.
Brandy, could you read Lisa's motion?
The best that I could get was the motion directs the president to work in connection with the chancellors and the governance organizations on the consortium model. Is that correct, Regent Parker?
That is partially correct. I also added in working to develop a plan for us to consider one university. But the focus at this point in time would be the UA Consortium 3-university model as presented by the chancellors.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm wondering if maybe we could just take a 5-minute break and work with General Counsel Hostina to develop a potential motion that hopefully it would be a friendly amendment to Lisa's motion.
Sure.
Would that be?
Mr. Chairman, did that motion get a second?
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
It did, yes. Yeah. Okay.
I've tried to get in here, but it's been tough. I've been looking at this from a different point of view. I mean, in my mind today, it's been like a tennis match, to be honest with you. Ball's over here, the consortium, then it's over there with the single model, you know. And in a way, I've come to a conclusion that the chancellors made very good points, they made many points that I really liked. And many of those points, to me, could easily fit into the single university model. Whereas the single university model certainly doesn't fit very well with what they're proposing. So it's difficult for me to support the current motion because I believe that many of the good things that they propose could easily fit into the single university model. So there's my thoughts, and I'm kind of getting tired of the tennis match, to tell you the truth.
So do you want to take a 5-minute break to work on a motion? All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. I'd like to call the special meeting back to order, please. Regent Hargreaves.
Before we dispense with that motion or whatever we're doing to it, where did this one institution accreditation come from? Was that something the university was considering before the legislator got the idea and tried to put it in a bill?
No.
Has that been around for a while, or where'd it come from?
Originally, I'm not sure I can answer the question. It certainly was in the air when I first came into this role 4 years ago, because that prompted my asking former, at that time, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dana Thomas, who was retired, to write that report. So, and I can't put my fingers on its origin.
So the point is the university had discussed it before this legislator came up with it.
Absolutely, and I believe, and Michelle will, or Miles, there he is, I think there was intent language 2 years ago, 3 years ago also, that strongly encouraged the regents to consider this at that time as well.
Regent Tuber.
Yeah, so I understand that we're still under discussion, and my question is then, can you describe, Mr. Chair, what it is that you, first of all, what the title of the ad hoc committee that you've formed is and what the purpose is?
So the title is a special committee on restructuring, and the purpose is to have a sounding board for the president, or whichever direction we go, to get more frequent feedback from regents, and for a regent to assess where we are in that process and whether we need to have a meeting of that subcommittee, which would allow other regents to participate in the conversation about how things are unfolding in the development of a plan.
So am I misinterpreting the motion to be similar in nature to what you've asked the committee to define?
No, the committee is not developing a plan. The committee is just being the sounding board.
I see. The sounding board for the president.
Correct. If there's no further discussion on the motion, I would like to.
I did.
Oh, you have more discussion. Okay.
So, like Regent O'Neill, I take my fiduciary responsibility to the university extremely seriously. And that's why I made the motion that I did, that we proceed with moving forward right now with the consortium 3 university model. We've got the 2 accredited. Fairbanks may or may not receive their accreditation depending on which way we go. One university will be costly to implement and take away dollars from academics and students. One university will hurt our athletic programs, and the athletes that are here today are very concerned. We've heard from the chancellors where they can make savings. I've heard that as we move forward with one university, we will still have right now 2 engineering programs, and we're going to be looking at creating a 3rd engineering program. So if we have duplication and redundancy right now, as we look at forming and creating the College of Engineering, because we've got to, and I would defer to others, and I know the president thinks I'm completely wrong. And then the other is, I don't see us being able to implement between now and the end of this fiscal year, one university. It will take potentially 2 years or longer to put this one university in place. And in the meantime, while we're working on one university, what happens to the students that are part of the system today? Thank you.
You may. The question's been called. Brandy, would you call the roll on the motion?
Again, as I understand the motion, it directs the president to work in connection with the chancellors and the governance organizations on the consortium model, while also working to develop a plan to consider the one university model.
Thank you.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Regent Beretta?
Just a moment, please. Mr. Chair, I'm going to move to table that motion.
already called the question.
Order, the question's been called. There's no further debate.
Right.
With all due respect, General Counsel, that a motion to table is non-debatable, and a motion to end discussion is required in order to end discussion. A motion to call for the question is also a motion under Robert's rules. No single regent can simply end debate by calling for the question.
You're correct, Regent Tuber. So there's a vote first on the call of the question. If you'd like, I take a recess and verify whether you can table a vote when it's a vote on a call of the question.
I'm moving to table the motion. If we're clear.
Table the call?
No, I'm moving to table the motion that Regent Parker has made.
That will require me to delve into the depths of Robert's rules to determine whether you can table.
You'll find me there, but
I may, but since I'm counsel, I think probably I should do that. So, motion to table.
So are we taking a break?
Yeah, if we can take a short break.
We're at ease for hopefully a few moments.
Almost, yes.
All right, let's come back to order. And General Counsel, do you have some words of wisdom for us?
I'm pleased to find that Regent Tuber is correct, that the motion to lay on the table takes precedence over a call of the question.
Second.
Okay. Call the roll on the motion to table.
Regent Parker? Regent O'Neill?
Yes.
Regent Banya? Regent Tuber? Regent Anderson?
Can there be clarification on what a yes and no vote is?
A yes vote would table the motion that's before us.
Yes.
Regent Hargraves?
Yes.
Regent Hughes?
Yes.
Regent Beretta? Regent Beretta?
No.
Regent Purdue?
Yes.
Regent Garrett?
No.
Regent Davies?
Yes.
8 in favor, 2 opposed.
So we've tabled the motion.
We tabled it.
Mm-hmm. Regent Hughes.
I'd like to have a motion. I'd like to move to take the motion I made earlier today off the table, and I do have an amendment.
What?
So do I have to move that, or?
Yes.
Okay, I move that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Okay, can you call the roll on the motion to remove from the table?
Regent Banya? Regent Tuber?
Yes.
Regent Hughes?
Yes.
Regent Garrett?
Yes.
Regent O'Neill? Regent Hargraves? Regent Beretta? Regent Purdue?
Yes.
Regent Anderson?
Yes.
Regent Parker?
Yes.
Regent Davies?
Yes.
10 in favor, none opposed.
You have a motion to amend? So the item that was on the table, which was the original motion there, is in
Right,
front of
and
us.
I think everybody has a copy, but the first amendment I would have is in paragraph 3, and this was meant to say that, but I would add to preparing and then insert a plan for board approval to transition to a single institutional accreditation. So a plan for board approval, and that would be something that's within the list of 4. And then as,
Oh, you can do more than 2, more than 1?
I just have some intent language. Can I have intent language?
It might be simple. Can I just ask if there's any objection to that one?
Oh, okay.
Okay, is there any objection to that amendment on item 3?
Please restate it.
After the word to in preparing to, we would insert a plan for board approval.
In 3.
I'm sorry, it's after the word to in 3.
I think it's actually
Before the word preparing. I mean, before the word to.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's before.
Yeah.
After the word preparing, I'm sorry.
I would move the recommendation.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Brandy, would you call the roll?
Regent Purdue?
Yes.
Regent Garrett?
No.
Regent Banya? Regent O'Neill? Regent Parker? Regent Hargraves?
Yes.
Regent Beretta? Regent Tuber? Yes. Regent Anderson?
Yes.
Regent Hughes?
Yes.
Regent Davies?
Yes.
8 in favor, 2 opposed.
Okay, Regent Hughes.
Is this for my intent language?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting a little wonky. Maybe I was wonky to begin with. I would like to, as part of the Regent's intent with respect to this particular motion, confirm the Regent's desire to have the chancellors continue to work together and assist in any way they can the president's tough task of figuring out where our university needs to be for future decades.
Can you restate that?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I think that Mr. Regent Hughes' comments would be.
Andy, can you use your mic, please?
Yes, that her comments would be under discussion, right? So they would be, to the extent that they're recorded, they would be recorded under discussion of the main motion that's been withdrawn from the table. The motion that just passed modified the language of the motion, but for her to suggest that there's an additional provision in the motion that would require another motion.
Right, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Okay, no intent language then.
All right. I guess it seems to me that when the motion's in front of us, that there could be an amendment to the motion to add that language.
There could be if somebody made it.
Right.
Well.
So do you want to make a motion to add the intent language?
Do a friendly amendment.
No, there's no such thing as a friendly amendment.
Well, I think that I think our intent is no, and I don't think we need to have intent language.
All right, thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, so the motion as amended is in front of us. Is there further discussion?
Is it appropriate to call on the student leader to discuss? I'd like to hear from him.
Sure.
So I don't necessarily have direct comments on the specific nature of the definition of the motion, things like that. But just I think one thing that's been really understated in this whole conversation is the impact to the student identity and to impact the students of moving to a single accreditation university. And obviously, as President Johnson has put forth, there's a very logical reasons of moving towards a single accreditation. I'm not saying those things are without merit at all. But coming from the students and all the conversations that I've had, there's very grave concerns of losing the single accreditation for all 3 universities, because as a student, I know that the identity of students at UAA are vastly different than the identity of students at UAF and UAS. We have a very different culture. You can look at the demographics of the students at all 3 of these institutions, and you can see that they're very different. Whether you're looking at the age of students, whether you're looking at the age of first-time students, or how many students are living on residential campus and so forth. And I think when I believe it was Regent Tuber that brought up kind of the analogy of removing limbs, right? So when we're moving towards a single accreditation in such a rapid fire way that we would have to in this current kind of model that's been proposed, we'd be removing some limbs. And sometimes maybe that's required, but obviously it's very hard to put back limbs. So once we move towards and gain a single accreditation, we cannot move back. Or it's very difficult to move back to regional accreditations for the universities, which I think we can all agree in a perfect world, like we've maybe not been living the past 5 years, but before that, the accreditations for all 3 of these universities were very beneficial because we have different cultures. So once we move towards that single accreditation, we lose that ability in the future to have that strength as a vast geographic span that Alaska exists in, and a vast variety of people that the University of Alaska serves. So I think I would really encourage all of you, and I'm really glad that I've heard the term student concerns and very student-centered. several times during this meeting. I'm really glad to hear that. I know that in the deepest of all of your hearts, you guys have the student's perspective in mind, and I really respect that. And I want to thank you for continuing to keep students at the center of your discussion. But I think we really cannot underestimate the impact that moving towards a single accreditation would have on the student identity of all students, all that exist in this university. So, and I don't know, Maria had some comments, but I don't know if that's appropriate.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So basically, I wanted to make some comments just on the accreditation. So of course, I've been also in contact with the president and President Ramaswamy of the accrediting body, as have the chancellors, of course, and they are very concerned and they're very supportive. They want to maintain, the health and the accreditation of our 3 separate universities. But the process, if we do move towards single accreditation, they have a rubric. They'll assemble a panel. The panel will be reviewing a very comprehensive proposal, and the sum of it, of course, is how will this affect students? And then the other part of that, of course, is who was involved in creating the proposal? Were student governance there? Was staff council was there? Was faculty alliance there? Who is at the table as we develop this plan, or any plan, right? Even the consortium plan has to have our shared governance principles. And I understand the Board of Regents has a fiduciary responsibility, but the twin to that is accreditation. Move too quickly on this model, and you will lose accreditation. So this is something that has to be deliberative. I think the chancellors have clearly shown that they've worked very hard at getting to a reduction number that President Johnson asked them to in these very stressful times. So I just caution again, and I'll be mentioning my concerns over accreditation. So thank you.
Thank you. Just with respect to your one of your concerns there, as this plan is being developed, this motion includes that there would be consulting with the students, faculty, and staff, and the governance groups. So it's not like we're approving a plan right now. We're approving a process to create a plan, and that process will include consultation. Thank you. Any other discussion at this point? Regent Tuber.
I promise this to be my last. I take, like my fellow regents across the table, my responsibility here on the board very seriously, and I appreciate the willingness of those members of the subcommittee who have offered to participate in what's described here under the motion as possessing interim oversight of the steps that are being taken under the authority of this motion. And I would ask, Mr. Chair, that you add me to your subcommittee and offer or extend the offer to other members of the Board of Regents who similarly have concern over ensuring that their fiduciary responsibility of oversight for the university is maintained.
So be it. You're done. You're on the committee.
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else who wishes to be on the committee? Regent Garrett. I would remind you that anytime a meeting is called, all regents are invited to participate. But
Mr. Chairman, can you have 4 regents on a committee like that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because every meeting of every meeting of the subcommittee will have to be noticed.
It's open.
I would also like to be on
this. Did this motion get amended anywhere?
It did.
It did.
Can we have a reading of it the way it's written now?
As amended.
Can I give you an abbreviation? Well, do you have it right there?
Yes.
Can I see? So the only
Chair
modification.
David, did you hear that I would like to be on that committee?
Yes, I did. Regent Anderson, you are so appointed.
Plan for board approval. That's the only change that's been made.
Okay.
But what I would caution you to be mindful of is that with any.
So does everybody understand the motion that's in front of us right now?
You're not part of the approval process.
Chair Davies, this is Regent Beretta.
Yeah.
Regent Beretta?
Yeah, I was offline for a bit there. Can you just restate the motion And the last motion before that.
I'll restate the motion one more time. The Board of Regents, this is the entire motion. The Board of Regents, pursuant to its duty to govern the University of Alaska in the best interest of the state, authorizes the president with interim oversight from a Regents subcommittee to be appointed by the chair, which actually I'm noting has been appointed by the chair, to implement the following steps toward increasing the share of resources devoted to academics and student services by developing a revised organizational structure for the University of Alaska, Then there are 4 sub-points under that. The first one is reducing administrative costs immediately through consolidation and standardization of processes in, quote, back office, unquote, functional areas, including but not limited to information technology, finance, university relations, and procurement. Point 2, preparing a strategic approach to combining duplicative academic colleges and schools, consolidating research institutes, and enhanced integration of community campuses for review and approval by the board at its meeting on September 12-13, 2019. Point 3, and this is the one that was modified from the original, and it now reads, preparing a plan for board approval to transition to a single institutional accreditation over the 2019-2020 academic year. And 4, consulting through the above steps with student, faculty, and staff governance groups. Brandy, would you call the roll?
Thank you.
Regent Beretta?
Yes.
Regent Banya? Regent Garrett? No. Regent Hughes?
Yes.
Regent Hargraves?
No.
Regent Anderson?
Yes.
Regent Tuber?
Yes.
Regent Parker? No. Regent Purdue?
Yes.
Regent O'Neill? Yes. Regent Davies?
Yes.
8 in favor, 3 opposed.
All right, thank you very much.